Hello, and welcome to Dungeons and Magi, where we open our handbooks, open our minds, and more importantly, we roll the damn dice. As always, I'm your GM Cade, or you may call me the Viking GM. Before we get started, we do have a few announcements, so please bear with us. First up, we have Ben with our partner.
No, I refuse. I will not run another session with sad, lifeless dice and a battle map that looks like it was drawn by a caffeinated goblin with a crayon. Not again. I deserve better. You deserve better. We all do.
And that's why we go to Dungeon Crate. Inside this sacred crate, minis so detailed you'll weep, dice so glorious they sparkle with the tears of defeated liches, maps so immersive one of my players got lost. Like, actually lost. We haven't seen him since Tuesday. You should probably call somebody about that. But wait, there's more. Exclusive adventures, dungeon master goodies, and a monthly reminder that you're not just a gamer. You're a loot-hungry, imagination-fueled, dice-slinging legend. Go to dungeoncrate.com. Use the code DUNGEONSMAGI22 at checkout for 10% off your first order. That's right, 10% off. That's practically stealing, except legal and awesome. Dungeon Crate, because the real treasure is showing up your friends with cooler gear. Back to you, Cade.
Thank you. I don't know who's talking to out there.
You didn't see them?
No, those were in your head.
Voices in your head again?
It's the toilet mimic again.
No, me and him have an understanding now.
So it's a cell phone mimic I left in there.
Okay.
Hey.
I have seen the forge. I have felt the fire. I rolled a d20 so powerful it melted my table and my will to live. And it all came from one place. Broker's Forge Dice. These aren't dice, my friend. These are artifacts. Clicky, clacky conduits of chaos. Each one forged with split pores, mystic inclusions, and just a whisper of dragon breath. They don't roll. They destiny. Objection, Your Honor. The prosecution is clearly rolling with sad mass-produced dice from a bargain bin. I demand justice. And custom-crafted shinies from Broker's Forge. You there.
Mm-hmm.
Are your dice boring? Do they roll like they're actively conspiring against you? Are they emotionally distant? Then it's time to upgrade to something bold, beautiful, and blessed by the dice gods themselves. Go to dammediallc.com, click on the store, and claim your set before someone else rolls a nat 20 on persuasion and steals them from you. Broker's Forge Dice, because if you're not rolling in style, are you even rolling? So, I believe that's it. So, if there's nothing else, I do believe it is time to roll the damn dice.
Yes. But I'm terrified.
So, last we left off. So, for us, it's been a while since we've done Echoes of Elendor. For the listeners, it's only been a hot minute. But last we left off, the crew flew on the breaded cheese. New name TBD, possibly. To the continent of Drakenval. The actual city of Drakoria, the capital city of Drakenval, and the home of Caelithar Silurian, your elvish friend. And just to kind of jog the memory, I'll just go ahead and describe what you see as you arrive. As the first golden rays of dawn crest over the horizon, the airship finally breaches the last stretch of uncharted waters. Drakenval rises before you like a dream brought to life, a land of towering mountains, cascading waterfalls, and sprawling cities built into the very bones of the earth. The first sight of Drakenval is awe-inspiring. Enormous floating islands, anchored by veins of shimmering crystal and overgrown with vibrant greenery, drift lazily across the sky, their rocky undersides embedded with ancient runes that pulse with an unseen power. Dragons, sleek and powerful, their scales catching the morning sun like molten gold and shimmering onyx, glide effortlessly between them, their riders perched in saddles of leather and silver, moving with the confidence of those born to rule the skies. Beneath the airship, the land itself is an untamed masterpiece. Emerald forests stretch for miles, broken by jagged cliffs and river valleys that carve through the landscape like veins of liquid sapphire. Snow-capped peaks rise in the distance, their jagged summits kissed by thin wisps of clouds. Cities do not conquer this land, they flow with it, built into the mountainsides and woven into the natural world. Grand bridges of stone and woven vines connect clifftop settlements, while below, vast hunting grounds and fertile fields spread outward, teeming with life. The capital city, Drakoria, emerges like a jewel upon the mountains, a breathtaking citadel of obsidian and ivory, its towering spires adorned with banners that snap in the wind, bearing the insignias of Drakenval's noble houses. The royal palace, an architectural marvel, is carved into the side of the greatest mountain, its golden domes and massive dragon roosts standing as a testament to the kingdom's dominion over the skies. Great braziers burn with ethereal blue flames visible even from the air, their light signaling the presence of powerful enchantments that protect the sky. And as you approach, the sky itself comes alive. A patrol of riders emerges from the morning mist, their dragons cutting through the clouds like specters, each rider clad in ornate armor inlaid with draconic sigils. Their leader, a warrior whose helmet is crowned with the curved horns of a dragon, raises a hand in greeting, his mount a colossal storm blue worm, beating its wings with slow, deliberate power. They do not approach with hostility, but with the regal air of those who guard a kingdom that knows no equal. You're granted safe passage, and as you glide over the city, the sheer scale of Drakoria becomes apparent. The lower district, where traders and artisans craft armor and exotic wares, bustles with life. Smithies ring with the sound of hammers shaping draconic steel. Merchants barter over alchemical reagents harvested from dragon moltings, and young squires train in open courtyards, their eyes set upon the skies where their destinies will one day take them. And you realize that Drakenval's not merely a kingdom, it's a force of nature, a kingdom of gods and beasts where only the strong may take to the skies. And as a reminder, after you land and step off, Arthur had convinced Caelithar to call to his dragon for the first time in 200 years.
Are we still on the ship or are we off the ship?
No, you guys are off onto the docks, which are all floating. So the cities float in the sky.
Okay. I'm just looking up in the sky, not paying attention to where I'm going.
I grab my wife and make sure she doesn't just walk off.
So, would you guys like me to remind you how the dragon appears?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
So as Caelithar closes his eyes, concentrates, it's quiet for 4 or 5 minutes. You can almost see the eyebrows on Caelithar kind of raise in worry that he can't reach the dragon, or the dragon isn't here anymore, because 200 years is a long time. But as you all kind of look around, the skies over Drakoria begin to darken. Not with the usual onset of storm clouds, but with something far older, far more deliberate. As Caelithar stands on the high platform of the ship, docked in the harbor, his armor gleaming faintly in the twilight, the winds turn strange. Too sudden, too silent, like the breath held by the world itself. Then comes the first crack of thunder, not above, but within the sky, as if reality splits to make way. From the highest reaches of the storm-choked heavens, he descends. Valtorix the Stormborn, Caelithar's long slumbering bond made manifest once more. His arrival was heralded not by a roar, but by a resonant silence, as though even the wind dare not speak his name until he touches the world again. Lightning laces across the clouds like veins of fury, and through that electric womb the drake emerges, a colossal shape, vast and coiling, wings spread wider than the ship's sails could dream to reach. His scales, a deep midnight blue, so dark they devour the light, yet trace with silver-white channels of living lightning that pulses with each beat of his titanic heart. As he sweeps lower, his wings stretch wide, storm-webbed, translucent membranes veined with arcane energy, rippling like banners of the sky itself. With every movement, they stir cyclonic winds, the etheric pressure so intense it bends the clouds around him into a spiral. Valtorix lands, if such force could be called a landing. The entire dock shudders under the weight of his presence. Planks crack, lanterns burst, the sea withdraws as if fearing to touch his shadow. And yet, for all his cataclysmic power, he bows his head, not low, but just enough before Caelithar. In his silver-streaked eyes burn ancient recognition, and in the space between them, thunder waits for permission to speak. And I misspoke, I'm sorry. 2,000 years. I don't know why I said 200. 2,000 years have passed. And now, storm and sword stand reunited. And that's where we pick up. So, the dragon, massive dragon. You've heard of dragons in old mythology, but you've never pictured anything this big. This is, and even looking around to the other dragons riding, this is bigger than any other dragon. And Caelithar grabs it, and you're kind of fearful. You almost want to grab Caelithar to stop him from doing it, just out of natural fear. But he grabs the head, so it's about this big, and he puts his forehead to the dragon's forehead, and you almost hear this almost like a chuff.
So they're on the ship?
No, they're on the dock. It landed on the dock, so that you guys would have kind of felt the shake. And the dock's not small. There's multiple docks for airships, because that's the only way besides dragons to get here. So everything kind of creaks, some of the wood snaps, just because this dragon controls thunder and lightning. This is a storm drake. So yeah, he's on the edge of the dock.
I'm just kind of standing next to my wife, and I'm like, I didn't think they were that big.
Oh, that is so... That's a beautiful creature there.
Holy shit.
Bee's just staring with her mouth open.
I'm just going to take a few
after-
steps.
Good.
So I'm just going to take a few steps back so that Cal can have his reunion.
And after a minute, he kind of scratches under the jaw, which again, the head's about that wide. It's a massive fucking dragon. And he kind of scratches under the head, and to give you a scale of the size of this dragon, even if Maresh were to ride this, he would look small. That is how big this dragon is. Maresh is not as wide as this dragon's head.
Oh,
So,
damn.
and if you're wondering what that is, go back and watch our old stuff.
Scarlet Tavern.
Well,
Or Scarlet Brigade, sorry.
yes.
Scarlet Brigade.
So
But listen to
you
Scarlet
can listen
Tavern.
to Scarlet Tavern though. So after he scratches, he turns around and the dragon kind of sets what he can on the shoulder, almost like a dog would. And if you know anything above table about dragons, they lean one of two ways, either dog or cat.
Or,
the way
or malevolent godlike creatures
The-
that want to kill everybody.
the way they sit, everything is either dog or cat. This one's very much more dog.
Fuckers.
And he turns and looks to all of you. This is Valtorix the Stormborn.
Hi.
You can just call him Val.
Hi, Val.
Val?
V-A-L. It's Valtorix. Valtorix the Stormborn. But he calls him Val because it's easier than saying the whole thing.
Salad
Nice.
battle.
Dragon. Nice.
And-
Val.
All of a sudden, all of you hear in your heads, "It's nice to meet you."
I jumped.
Oh,
Where'd it come from?
So used
I
to
did
that
not know they spoke.
I immediately
But-
turned to.
But you can, your head almost rattles.
I turned to look to Starfall like, "Was that you?"
No, I think that was, Val. Oh, that is one heck of a voice.
I, Valtorix the Stormborn, dragon of Caelithar Silurian.
It's good to meet you. I'm Beverly and Locke.
V.
I'm going to give a small nod. For once, Arthur's giving something respect. For once. And says,
Yeah,
Just because this thing can eat you.
well, he
without a
didn't even
second
give the
thought.
god the respect.
I'm
And goes,
Art
Don't even
Colin.
give the God the respect.
And Caelithar just kind of looking around. It's been 2,000 years for me. How long has it been? Looking to Val. It's been about 200 years.
Oh.
I assume there's... Is my family still here? Yes, they are. And he looks to Val. You can go take off now. I will call when I need you. I'm going to give them a grand tour. And it just kind of looks at all of you and just kind of like does a slight head nod.
I bow my head.
I bow my head.
Turns around, and every step the ground shakes. And as it turns to the side, you can see this thing is about as long as 2 full-size school buses. It's just that big. Just the tail alone is the size of a school bus.
Good God.
And then you feel the ground kind of pulse with this like electric energy as and it flies off. And your ship kind of like bows in the wind but keeps its ground as it's magnetically locked in.
I look to V. And it's like every time we ever needed a power jump back on the station, we could have used one of those.
I think that would have fried the system.
Can I meet more dragons?
There's a long process. We shall see if any of you are meant to be part of this. But first, shall I show you around?
Yes, please.
Love to. It's beautiful already.
First time in a new place like this. Take it all in.
I mean, our first town was the last town that we went to.
But please remember, when you are here with me, you represent me. And my name carries weight here. And he looks at each one of you. So do not embarrass me.
I will be on my best behavior.
You get this note of a very serious tone.
I kind of like put my hands to my side and just keep quiet.
Shall we?
Lead the way.
Okay. So, you guys start at the Draconic Roosts. At the highest peak of Drakoria, where the wind howls like the call of ancient dragons, lie the Draconic Roosts. A sprawling network of vast stone perches, sky bridges, and sanctuaries where the greatest beasts of Drakenwald dwell. These grand rookeries are the lifeblood of the kingdom, the very foundation upon which its power is built. Carved directly into the mountainside, the roosts extend both above and below the towering cliffs, creating a labyrinth of hanging nests, reinforced ledges, and caverns large enough to house even the most ancient of worms. And that's WYRM. The air is thick with the scent of burning incense, sun-warmed stone, and the faint metallic tang of dragon's breath. Dragons of all sizes and lineage fill the skies, their wings cutting through the mist as they take flight from their perches. Their roars blending into a chorus that echoes across the entire city. The sun glints off polished scales of emerald, sapphire, and obsidian, each dragon a testament to centuries of careful breeding, loyalty, and power. Some rest in the open on great stone terraces, basking in the sun's warmth, while others coil within shadowed caverns, their glowing eyes watching you from the darkness like sleeping gods. Between the roosts, wide sky bridges of blackened iron and enchanted basalt connect the towering spires, allowing riders and caretakers to move between their charges with ease. The structures here are built not just for mortals, but for dragons themselves, arched gateways wide enough for serpentine necks to pass through, platforms reinforced with runic carvings that absorb the impact of mighty talons, and vast fire pits where drakes gather to rest, the flames casting flickering light against the mountain's cliffs. And as you're walking through this, and Cal's just kind of pointing to what everything is, you see these large, what to you are these large like TP fires, and laying next to them are various dragons, black, red, blue, green, just laying there in the warmth. Few of them stretch every so often. You see these long necks, and you hear this almost like a lion when it yawns, and you can almost feel that thunder in your chest from it. You do see some of the not quite babies, but they're starting to grow into themselves, and they're playing with each other, kind of running around. One falls on top of the other, and they start like biting at each other.
Must resist.
I kind of
They
see
are
her.
adorable.
Honey, don't touch them unless you have permission, okay? We don't want your arm getting bit off.
Keep in mind, these baby dragons are about the size of a full-size human.
They're still
I know she's
adorable.
looking at the babies. I'm like, no.
Let's continue. Throughout the roosts, dragon caretakers, scholars, and young initiates tend to the beasts with reverence and discipline. Scribes etch ancient runes into great stone tablets, preserving the lineage of every dragon that has ever served a rider. Runesmiths forge customized saddles and battle armor, built from dragon steel and leather treated with alchemical resilience. In sacred halls, elders chant hymns to the skyborn spirits, anointing young riders before their first flights. Beneath the majesty of the open roosts, deep within the mountain, is the Sanctum of Elders, where the oldest and most revered dragons, those too ancient to ride, yet still wise beyond measure, slumber in their final years. Here, the air is heavy with the weights of history, and even the most seasoned warriors lower their heads in the presence of these titanic beings. Some say their dreams still shape the fate of Drakenwald, whispering prophecies only the most attuned riders can understand. And as he takes you into the heart of the roosts, there are these enchanted doors that he does not go through. He just points to them. Beyond these doors, are the Draconic Heart Spire. It's a towering crystalline monument pulsing with an ethereal glow. It's said to be a fragment of the first dragon's soul. It's here that every bond between rider and dragon is sealed, where the kingdom's greatest warriors take their oaths, and where the very spirit of Drakenwald endures, as eternal as the skies themselves. If you do become a dragon rider, you will see inside of here, but it is sacred. Therefore, this is a place I cannot take you.
How old do dragons have to be before they can become ready to be paired with a rider? Is the right term?
You start the bond when the dragon first hatches, and the dragon and the rider are trained together as the dragon grows. Some dragons don't pick a rider until they're full grown. So it all depends on the dragon. Some never hatch at all. We've had some eggs that have sat dormant for 1,000 years, waiting.
But they may never find a rider?
If they never find them, they never hatch. They just stay there. And we guard them and let them be.
That's sad.
So he takes you through the grand aeries, which are like the roosting grounds of the Skyborn. There are the Sun Roost, which are for the largest and most dominant dragons. Mostly like the battle dragons. Then there are the Shadowed Hollows, which are for nocturnal or temperamental dragons. Then the Hatchling Grounds are where all of the newly hatched young dragons go. They're not quite strong enough yet for the open sky. It's also where some dragons, even at a young age, they start showing signs of their latent abilities. And you can see that in some of them. One of them, this small white dragon, you see it, and a little bit of ice comes out. You see a small, like, from a blue dragon, you see a small little storm start forming. You see a black dragon where shadows begin to cover and then go away. Just learning their latent abilities.
Does my armor have pockets?
No.
I'm like clutching my fists so hard at the sides of my legs.
You're not going to go up snoot to snoot.
Then he shows you the wind cliffs, which are where injured, aging, or retired dragons are. And then he takes you here in this part of the Grand Ares is where the sky bonding ceremony is. This is where the first flight between a rider and a dragon happens. And we find out if you're meant to be a Skyborn. If you fail your first ride, you can never ride again. This is also where we perform the Wormkeeper's Vigil. It is for honoring fallen dragons that have fallen in battle. And he shows you, and there's like these steels. And that's STELE, steel. Basically a memorial stone that has dragons' names in them, but in a word, you can read them. But everybody else, you can't quite understand what each one of them says. It looks like you get the sense that they're written in like an old Draconic tongue.
I can understand Draconic.
This is ancient Draconic.
Okay.
Different.
Okay.
I look over to who does your people fight that dragon riders would be lost?
Back before we were in full power, there were more than just us who controlled dragons. And they tried to take our land and kill our dragons.
These people are gone, right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
They died brutally.
Like they should. Hurt these wonderful creatures.
And here is where we have the Roar of Ascension. This is when a dragon reaches full maturity. They fly over Drakoria and they let out a single powerful roar above the city. And just as he's getting ready to walk, he puts his arm out to stop everybody.
I run right into him.
Oh, what's going on?
Wait. And out of one of the halls, this large silver dragon, not near as big as Cael's dragon, comes out. You can tell this probably just hit maturity. I believe you will get to see a Roar of Ascension.
How tall is Cael, by the way?
Is what?
How tall is Cael?
Cael? Like 6'4" ish.
So I probably just, because I'm 5'5", so I can probably still peer around him without really defending.
So yeah, so you're watching, and you see everybody just stop and watch this dragon as it slowly walks up to the edge and it steps off. Takes off skyrocketing. And as it soars through the air, you just hear a echo. And some of the, you actually see, if you look at some of the windows, you see them bow. Normally they would shatter, but you get the sense, especially you and V get the sense that they changed their windows because they used to shatter every time they did the roar. Now they have like their version of plexiglass to keep it from shattering.
Oh, that is wonderful.
I'm just
I love
staring
that
with my mouth
architecture.
open up at the dragon.
I never imagined such beautiful creatures could exist outside of the book or something.
So he takes you through the sky bridges, which are just kind of aerial highways for riders. Just kind of points out all the sky bridges. There's the lower sky bridges, which are the path of the initiates. It's where trainees, caretakers, and artisans go. The upper sky bridges are the warriors walk. There's no protective railings on them, so you have to be trained really well to walk on these, and they're extremely high up. And then there are the broken bridges, which kind of hang in ruin. It's some legends say that some of these bridges lead to places unseen, passages forgotten by all but the most ancient of dragons. He then takes you into the mountain. And he explains, here is the sanctum of the elders. This is where the oldest and most revered dragons slumber, their dreams weaving into the very fabric of Dragon Ball's history. Notice it's silent. And he's kind of whispering to you guys. You don't even hear wind in here. But you do see soft bioluminescent fungi in hues of deep indigo and silver cling to the cavern walls. And with that glow, everybody make me a perception check, please. V?
16.
Okay.
13.
Colin?
13.
Beatrice?
21.
Nice.
Natural 18 on the die.
Bev.
14.
Okay. So with that glow, you actually see this, what you thought was stone inside this mountain is actually the scales of sleeping titan dragons.
I put my fist in my mouth and bite down to not make any noise.
This is unreal.
So he just guides all of you out quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So nobody disturbs the sleeping dragons. Takes you through the Ember Forges, which are basically where dragon forged weapons, armor, and war gear are created. Some of the best weapons in history are created here. They use dragon steel. They use wyvern bone. There is a vault down here. They use sky stones. They use living metal. Which he actually shows you the living metal, and he tells you it's one of their largest secrets. And he looks to all of you and he says, secrets. This does not leave this city.
Mm-hmm.
I am telling you because I trust you. If any of you betray that, you will become food to my dragon.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Understandable.
This is living metal. And you see this mysterious semi-sentient metal. It's only found in the Ember Forges. It's believed to have been formed by dragon blood and molten earth fusing together. It's said that armor crafted from living metal can shift and change to fit its wearer, adapting to their fighting style.
Oh, I
It
kind of
is-
peer closer.
What this is made out of, holding his breastplate.
Oh, wow.
When you say living metal, do you mean like it's more pliable, or is it alive, like it's thinking?
So he holds up, there's like a just for gauntlet there. He puts it on his hand, and he's a normal sized person. He kind of like holds it into a fist, and you see kind of like, and then he releases it and he hands it to Beatrice, who is much smaller. Put your hand in it.
I grab it, trusting Cael, and put it.
And it shrinks down to her size.
I like hold
But
it
then
for
you
arm.
notice you see magic forming in it. It adapts to whoever's wearing it.
Oh, that is cool.
It is very rare, and only the Skyborn can use it.
I carefully take it off my hand and hand it back to Cael.
That's amazing.
This is our secret.
Mm-hmm.
This is how we win wars.
Yeah. Imagine everything is it's the most universal substance. You could form to anything, anyone.
He points to the wall, and you see there's 4 items encased on the wall. These are the most famous creations from the Ember Forges. And he points, and you see, formed from pure dragon steel, a lance. This is infused with the breath of a storm dragon. This lance crackles with lightning, striking with the force of a thunderclap. It's said to be able to pierce even the scales of an ancient worm. And on there you see it's called the Stormfang Lance. Then you see next to it a helmet. This is the One-Forged Helm. It's a helmet crafted from the skull of a fallen dragon, allowing the wearer to see through illusions and resist the effects of mind control. He then points to the next one. This is the Ashen Aegis. And you see a massive enchanted shield, wreathed in ever-burning dragon fire. It's said that no frost nor darkness can extinguish those flames. He points to the last thing. That is the Echoing Blade. It's a long sword that carries the roar of the first dragons within it. When swung, its blade unleashes a shockwave strong enough to knock enemies off their feet. Now, let's move on, and I will show you the trial grounds.
Trial?
So he does. He shows you the trial grounds. And there are multiple structures here. You have the Skysteel Arena, which is a massive circular coliseum with towering walls of blackened stone carved from the mountain itself. This is where riders and warriors battle in duels, mock skirmishes, and full-scale war drills. Just massive. Then you have the Flight Crucible. It's a skyborne obstacle course, stretching between floating islands and cliffside ledges. And you'll see young riders navigating gale force winds and shifting cloud formations. Then you have the Gauntlet of Fire. It's a narrow canyon filled with walls of flame, geysers of molten rock, and enchanted fire traps, designed to test a dragon's resilience and a rider's ability to control their mount under extreme conditions. And this is something you would have to train on as a dragon rider. There is the Ashen Tundra, which is basically a harsh, frigid wasteland magically preserved as a test of endurance. There's the Shadowed Maze, and then the Windshear Cliffs. And the Windshear Cliffs are the final trial of the Skyborn. It's the highest point in Trial Grounds. It's a sheer 1,000-foot drop into open skies.
What's that called again?
The Windshear Cliffs. Basically, the rider, this is the final test. And actually, you see somebody doing the test. So there's people going through all of these, but as the final test, you see a dragon fly off without its rider, go up into the sky. And the rider standing at the cliff. And you see him jump off. 1,000 feet drop. And as he does that, the dragon swoops in, scoops him up, and keeps flying.
Well, Colin's not doing. I say this out loud without meaning to. Well, Colin's not doing that.
I'm just staring at it. I'm just white as sheet, like.
And
still not realizing. Not everything is in my head anymore.
Yeah, now that you have a mouth. And Caelithar looks to all of you and says, "This is the final test. If the dragon hesitates, the bond is considered weak, and the rider is deemed unworthy, and they die."
How often does that happen?
Not that often. Usually the bond is strong by this point, and the dragon dives at full speed, catching the rider just before the ground. That usually the bond is formed over a year or so. before this.
Okay.
But some bonds are made quicker. Who knows?
That looks fun.
I just start, oh, let's go. I just start running.
And then
way fast.
Here we have this is where all of the different trials and tests of the Skyborn happen. Then he continues on and takes you to the Bloodline Archives, which are these massive vault doors that
acknowledge them.
Acknowledge me. So he says, here is the Hall of Lineages, the Book of Skyborn Blood, the Chamber of Echoes, the Vault of Forbidden Names.
Dumb question. Why is it called that? Is it just
The Vault of Forbidden Names?
Yes.
It's a hidden section of the archives. It's locked behind runic barriers and guarded by wardens who do not speak of what lies within. But I can, because I'm me. In here lies the name of those who were exiled, disgraced, or erased from history. Riders who broke sacred oaths, dragons who turned against their kin, and those who dared to betray Dragon Ball. But some say, if one lingers too long near the vaults, they can hear the scratching of names trying to return to the stone, as if the past itself refuses to be forgotten. Anyways, and he just keeps going.
I just kind of keep glancing at it as I carry on.
I'll push Colin from behind to get him moving.
Yeah, I'm moving.
He takes you into the Archivists of the Wings. So, the Archivists of the Wing are an ancient order of scholars, historians, and sorcerers who have dedicated their lives to preserving the records of Dragon Ball's riders and dragons. They are guardians of truth, protectors of legacy, and sometimes the last line of defense against forgotten horrors buried in history. And you see 3 figures. They are clad in robes of dark blue and silver. They have quills, enchanted quills. The first one you see is a centuries-old elf, his face lined with the weight of knowledge no mortal should bear. And Caelithar goes up to him, and Caelithar bows his head. Grand Archivist, it is good to see you. I am back. And the Grand Archivist looks at Caelithar up and down. It has been 200 years since you have been. Yes, Grand Archivist, there's much to explain, but I am back. It is good that you are back. And you have friends. Yes. This is everyone. They apparently, where they're from, having a group name isn't a thing. But everyone, this is Grand Archivist Valtharion. He is the keeper of truth.
I bow.
I bow.
Respectfully.
I bow.
I bow respectfully.
Grand
slowly
Archivist
nodded my
Valtharion. Veltharion.
keeper of what?
Keeper of Truth. He is the only one that has access to the Vault of Forbidden Names. Then next to him is another elf, and Cael kind of tilts his head. What are you doing here in those robes? And this female elf looks to be the same age as Cael. Caelithar Salorian. You've been gone 200 years. What makes you think you can come back and question me?
Oh, snap. As I whispered to my wife.
Everyone, this is Lyssa Vane. That's Lyssa Veyme. Ne. This is also my ex. Well, we were kind of together 200 years ago when everything happened. But she's the most gifted sorcerer and runebinder I have ever met. She's the only one capable of extracting visions of the past from stone relics and even dragon scales.
Makes sense of why she's working here.
Next, you see a man with a large scar across his face. Human, not elvish. And you're here too. I thought you were excommunicated. Everyone, this is Aethor Flameborn. It's Aethor.
Flameborn?
Yep. Caelithar. I was excommunicated until you went missing. And then they had me look for you. And when I couldn't find you, they gave me this place. Since, I can't run.
I don't know. I couldn't just whisper to my wife. Is he with us?
He's an ex-dragon rider who lost his dragon in battle. And I guess now he's the protector of the archivists. And when you bond to a dragon, you gain the life expectancy of a dragon. Doesn't matter what your race is. He's lucky he didn't die. It ain't luck. It's just skill. Partner. So then takes you to the Storm Perch. So this is the highest fortified peak of the kingdom. This is a massive citadel reinforced with obsidian, blackened stone, enchanted steel battlements, and ley line forged wards that make it impervious to aerial sieges. And there's key sections in that he brings you through. He brings you to the Skyfire Hall, which is the War Council chambers, the Tempest Balcony, which is the watch point of the Sky Guard, the ones that guard the skies of any impending attacks. He shows you the Thunder Vault, which is the armory of the Starborn, the Gale Barracks, where all the Skyborn warriors rest, the Stormheart Forge, which is the crafting hall just for the Skyborn. And then he takes the time to walk through the Windswept Graves, which is the memorial of fallen riders. And he introduces the Tempest Guard, which they are Drakenval's most elite aerial warriors. They do border patrols, countering enemy incursions, repelling Skyborn threats. They have this storm gray armor which crackles with latent electricity, so it allows them to resist magical attacks mid-flight. He introduces you to the Thunderclaw Riders. They're specialists in hit-and-run tactics, using lightning-infused weapons to strike enemies before retreating into the clouds. Think like guerrilla warfare. Then he shows you to the Stormcallers, which are a division of war mages trained to channel the power of the skies using storm magic, wind manipulation, and leyline enchanted sorcery. They're still dragon riders, but they serve as battlefield technicians, so they'll summon storms to disrupt enemy formations and blind opposing forces. And then he introduces you to the Skyfall Division. These are the most feared warriors of Drakenval, specializing in suicidal dive attacks and high-risk combat maneuvers. Their riders are known for their absolute fearlessness, and their dragons are trained to navigate through the harshest battlefield conditions. Think of these like the Delta Force of Skyriders. These are who you call last minute when shit hits the fan. And they don't give a fuck about themselves. They just do whatever needs to be done. So he then decides to take you to he decides to take you to the next section, which he's a little iffy about. Perched on the highest peak of Drakoria, overlooking the vast expanse of Drakenval's Skyborn Kingdom, stands the Royal Eyrie, a grand fortress palace in the seat of the Silurian family, rulers of the land. The area is more than a palace. It's a symbol of draconic power, noble lineage, and the unbreakable bond between rider and beast. The towering citadel, hewn from enchanted obsidian stone and veined with glowing ley runes, rises above the skyward spires, which you'll see later. Its massive archways and spires carved in the likeness of dragons. The very air around it hums with latent magic, as if the kingdom itself recognizes the bloodline that rules it. Dragons of noble descent perch upon the area's high terraces, their golden eyes watching over the city below, and you, ever vigilant. So instead of just like gargoyles, instead it's real live dragons sitting on top, just watching you as you walk. Some recognizing Cael and watching as you walk through. And as he approaches, it's been 200 years for them. It's been 2,000 for me. I do not know what we are about to walk into. I assume that my family still rules.
What happens if a family isn't ruling?
Then I do not have the power I thought. And we will probably not be welcome here.
Oh.
So, in here, if they're still here, lies my family. I am not sure what the welcome is going to look like because, from what they believe, I walked away.
Huh.
And that's not a good thing.
Give my wife a little hug.
That you were captured and we freed you. You think you can outrun a dragon?
No. I'm sure as hell I'm not going to stand.
Probably not. No,
and fight
definitely
one.
not. I don't even think our airship could outrun these things.
I don't either. They'd burn it to a crisp.
Any rate, Cael, if you would be so kind, let's see what's going on.
Yes.
Cael before you go. Is there other people born with you? Can you tell if anybody's been born from asteroids?
It was really quiet.
Yeah, we couldn't hear you.
Can people tell if you've been born from asteroids?
No, not with studying.
So your family won't be able to tell if
We don't know what they could do in the next 2,000 years.
have you ever met anybody born from asteroids besides me? Great.
And he pushes open the doors. Inside, you see the grand throne chamber, a vast hall lined with black dragonstone pillars, each etched with the names of past rulers. At its heart stands the throne of storms, a colossal chair of fused dragonbone crystal and lightning-forged steel pulsating with energy. And in it sits an elven man. Appears in his late 50s by human standards, but he's well over like 1,300 years old. And this is Vaelion Silorian.
Spell that, please.
Vaelion. is the High Lord of Drakenwall, also known as the Storm Crown. And as you look, Vailion carries himself like the wind that carves mountains, unrelenting, noble, and tempered by centuries of storms. He's tall, towering even among elves, with broad shoulders draped in storm silver armor, etched with runes that hum softly in the presence of leyline energy. His hair, once the same as Caelithar's, has long since turned to white streaked with steel blue, worn in intricate braids that denote lineage, victories, and loss. His eyes are a piercing silver gold, sharp enough to silence a room, but sunken slightly, the weight of grief pressed in behind ancient discipline. His cloak is woven from tempest cloth, a shimmering fabric made from wind-caught threads, and pinned with the crest of the Silurian line, a downward-pointing sword flanked by twin dragons wreathed in a storm. He, as you all step in, guards step in front with swords right in front of your faces.
Instinctively, I put my hands up.
Yeah,
I also
same.
kind of step in front of my wife.
I look very annoyed.
I just kind of look at Cael.
I look to Arthur and Colin. Don't do anything stupid.
Same to you, honey. As I keep a wary eye on the row of guards.
So, as these swords cross, you see Cael instinctively reach for his blade and then stops himself. And you hear footsteps, the metal of boots ringing like distant thunder. A gauntlet hand raises, and the crossblades part. Slowly, deliberately. He stops several feet from Cael, his voice cutting through the wind like a drawn blade. 2,000 years ago, a prince vanished, not slain in battle, nor torn by the veil, but gone without word or honor. And in his place, we were left only silence. And silence is a cruel thing to a father. And he takes a single step closer, silver gold eyes narrowing, his voice hardens but never raises. I buried you, Caelithar. Not in stone, but in shame. I let the winds carry your name away because I believed you had cast us aside. But now you stand before me, shaped by time, scarred by exile, and still you wear the crest of my line. You call the storm to your side like the dragon once rode, and the wind. He glances upward briefly as a gust stirs his cloak. The same wind that bore Valtorix. The wind dares to carry your name again. And he gives this long pause, and you can almost see the guards holding their breath for what's going to happen next. So I ask you, Caelithar Salorian, are you a shade come to haunt the House of Storms? Or are you my son, returned not in defiance, but in reckoning? He extends his arm, not an embrace, but an invitation, a test, a measure. His voice drops rich and low like distant thunder over stone. Step forward. Let the city see what I have seen in the echoes. Let your name either break against these gates, or rise with me again as Prince of Drakenval. And you can almost feel the tension in the air as the guards just kind of slowly sheathe their swords. And Caelithar takes a deep breath. He stands tall, his hand resting just above the hilt of a sword long thought lost, the insignia of the Salorian line still faintly engraved into the armor he refused to shed, even in his exile. His eyes, older now, harder, meet his father's with neither challenge nor submission. You buried me in shame, father. I carried your words like a tombstone on my back through every silence I was forced to keep. He takes a step forward, crossing the lines where the guards once barred entry. But I did not walk away. I was taken. You could almost hear gasps from the guards. I was sealed away beyond time, beyond memory. While the skies of Drakenval burned, I stood at the edge of a world unraveling, and I survived it. He pauses, his jaw tenses. The hurt in his voice isn't rage, it's grief. For 2 millennia, I waited for the wind to carry my name back home, and now it has. And he steps directly in front of his father. Close enough to strike, close enough to fall to one knee. But it doesn't do either. He clasps a single shard of silver from his belt and holds it out. Half of a broken medallion once worn by all Salorian heirs. I am no ghost. I am no oathbreaker. I am Caelithar Salorian, son of Valion, rider of Valtorix, and I have come not for my crown, but for the truth you buried with my name. He drops the shard into Valion's outstretched hand, and the wind starts stirring. The sky rumbles in the distance. And he stands and looks to each one of you. Almost an acknowledgement. And his Valion holds that in his hand. And then rubs it, and runs it through. And the storm just in Caelithar. but in silence. And he looks up and looks to each one of you. And in that silence, I see my own failure. I chose shame over patience, judgment over faith. I damned your name to protect the pride of a throne that suddenly felt too empty. And he looks around, and keep in mind the doors are still wide open. Let every house, every banner, every rider who swore to the skyborn legions hear this. The son I mourned, the traitor I condemned, returns not in disgrace, but in storm. And he has Caelithar stand. This is Caelithar Silurian, true blood of the Storm Crown, waker of Valtorix, bearer of the medallion that never broke, only waited. And he closes the shard into his fist, then kneels. Just one knee, his cloak sweeping wide over the wind-worn stones of the dais. And I, Vailion Silurian, High Lord of Drakenval, welcome my son home. And as he stands, his eyes lock with Caelithar, voice drops low, almost holding his emotion in check. You do not need to reclaim your place, Caelithar. It never left you. And Caelithar just takes the pin and puts it on his chest and turns around to each of you. Welcome to the Royal Heir. And welcome to my kingdom. Father, these are my friends. Most of them. That one was still trying it out. What was that?
Nothing.
One of the guards kind of takes a step forward.
I put a hand on Colin's shoulder like,
How do we know he was talking to me?
He was looking at you.
I put a hand on Colin's shoulders like, calm down.
I'm just kidding. I would like them to be welcome here with open arms as members of my personal council. You all are kind of like, what?
Huh?
Yeah, no. V is standing there kind of like dumbstruck and it's just like, oh, this could go so many ways.
So his father looks, your personal counsel. Very well. You're entitled to it. What is your names?
I'm Beatrice. I go by B.
I am Colin, Beatrice's husband.
I give a slight nod, less respectful than I gave the dragon, and go, I'm just Arthur.
I like kind of, even though I don't have a dress on, I curtsy. Beverly Ann Locke. You can call me Bev if nicknames are more your style. Sir.
I rest a reassuring hand on Bev's shoulder, and I give a polite bow to Velon, and I'm Vir O'Malley.
As a council, we must each have a role to perform. So, what do you do for my son?
Well,
I'm a healer.
And Caelithar just kind of like, because he's standing behind his father, he's just kind of like, Father, this is Colin, High Artificer of the Aether Forge, Master of Magitech, Keeper of the Laybound Vaults. He is appointed to oversee all arcane and technological matters within my domain. He leads development on new Magitech systems, defensive constructs, and innovations in leyline harnessing. His workshop shall be the most secure and advanced in Drakenwald.
Kind of looked at my wife and I mouthed, "Yeah."
So, your new title is High Artificer of the Aether Forge. And somebody in the back behind both of them has a scroll with a quill and begins like jotting stuff and hands this scroll to Caelithar. Caelithar looks at it. That will do. And he hands it to you, and you open it, and it's a seal. It's a split gear overlaid by a rising storm rune.
That sounds sick.
I'm gonna need a picture.
Yeah.
I'm actually in the middle of making them, so I will have them.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
And
hell yeah.
he looks. This is Beatrice, the Archwarden of the Living Flame. The voice of mercy, balance, and astral wisdom. Beatrice
Warden of what?
of the Living Flame. Beatrice is my moral compass and spiritual advisor, representing the bond between life, nature, and divine arcana. Her presence tempers pride and guides decision-making through empathy and ancient knowledge. She also serves as an emissary to elemental forces and natural spirits. And again, there's somebody sketching. Hands Cael the scroll that he opens. Hands it to you.
I take it and I open it and look at it.
You see a chalice overflowing with starlight and flame. And that is your seal.
Cool.
This is Arthur, Marshal of the Crown's Will, Commander of Arms, and First Blade of Drakenwald. Arthur shall become the military arm of the Council. He helps train the Skyborn legions, oversees security for my holdings, and commands any direct martial action. His word is steel, and his loyalty unbreakable. And somebody's sketching and hands it to Cael, who looks at it, nods with approval, and hands it to you, Arthur.
I'm gonna open it up and look at Cal. You know I hate titles.
And you see twin cross swords beneath a descending dragon.
Ooh.
I'm just gonna tuck it into a belt somewhere and just go. Mm.
This is V, Forge Seer and Grand Engineer of the Skywatch, the Master of Constructs and Guardian of the High Vaults. V is tasked with overseeing all aerial and mechanical infrastructure, skyships, artillery towers, energy conduits. They command the Skywatch Division, a fleet of enchanted sky vessels, protective constructs safeguarding Drakoria from above. And again, somebody sketches a symbol, and Caelithar hands it to you.
I look at it.
It's an eye of lightning with a rotating cog. And this is Beverly, Spy Mistress of the Veil Winds, Whisper Keeper and Lady of Secrets. Beverly shall command my covert intelligence network. Her agents shall be known as the Veil Winds, sifting through shadows, rumors, and deception to keep the crown informed. She speaks softly and sees what others miss. And you are handed a scroll as well.
And I open it and look it up.
You see a black feather over a cracked mask. And I shall be Caelithar the Storm-Crowned, Prince Returned, Rider of Valtorix, Warden of the Skyborn Flame. No longer simply a prince, a legend returned to life. With my dragon at my side, I now seek to reshape Dragon Ball, not through dominance, but through vision. I do not rule above my council. I stand among them. Do you all agree? In the presence of my father, the Stormcrown.
I agree. I'm still kind of holding the scroll, keep glancing at it like it's going to tell me something new.
Yeah, I think Beverly's so touched that she's got to wipe a tear from her eye. I accept.
I look to Cael and bow my head slightly. I agree.
We've come this far together. You're not going any farther without us.
For the first time, Arthur will go down to 1D and acknowledge him.
Oh!
We didn't all three just do that at the same time.
The king has to look like you know who.
Huh?
The elf king now has to look like you know who.
Acknowledge me. Okay, so very well. The council chamber's still here. Yes. Take them to have a place to lay your heads instead of at a tavern. And Caelithar kind of nods his head and looks at his father. We will be back. Perhaps there is things you need done. Although, now that they are council, they get council pay. You guys hear that very loudly.
What?
Kind of says it with emphasis. Council pay.
Thinking I'm saying this in my head to everybody's like, well, at least that's one problem taken care of.
I look at Beatrice.
What?
I agree. There's one problem taken care of, Beatrice.
I said it out loud again, didn't I?
Yes.
A little bit.
And he kind of looks at each of you and he writes something quickly on a scroll for each one of you. And he kind of, Colin, you're first, and he gives you a little piece of paper. This is how much you will make a week. And it's 750 gold a week for you. Beatrice, yours is 700 gold a week. But you also get a separate sanctuary fund to support healing across regions. Basically like a non-profit fund.
Okay.
Plus, you actually get extra. So that 750 is just goes to you. 700 just to you. Does not include anything you need for acquisitions, requisitions, stuff like that. So if you need materials and stuff, you don't have to pay for it. The crown does. Arthur has the highest salary at 800 gold a week. But he also runs the military.
Yeah.
So
like our spell components and all of that are provided by the crown, you said?
yes. V, you get 725 gold. And you also get a Skyforge housing for your Skyforge constructs and a Skywatch coordination fund. Then Beverly, you get 775 gold.
Woohoo!
And then sometimes you get a discrete bonus stipend marked as aviary logistics. And it's basically a bonus anytime you do good spy work.
Oh, cool.
So shall I take you to the Stormreach Sanctum?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm gonna finally rise to both my feet.
Okay.
Realizing he probably insulted the king at this moment, but doesn't give a shit.
Very well, follow me. And he doesn't walk out of the royal area. He walks to the back, and there's a door to the back that leads to a spiral staircase that goes up a cliff. Very high up.
I cautiously move up the stairs.
So, this is a cliff known as the Aether Crown, and it overlooks Drakoria and the shattered spires beyond. It's crafted from Skyforge stone, drift glass, and laywood grown around ancient runes. And so there is a council hall inside of this. It's a circular chamber with high vaulted ceilings that resonate with ley energy. Each seat has your symbol on it, like magic. And anytime you're near it and you speak, your symbol glows, like it recognizes you. The ceiling is open to the sky, warded to reveal weather and omen shifts, as the wind here is said to whisper truths. There's a Skybridge Terrace, which is a sweeping open-air platform where Valtorix can land. You can also have space for diplomatic meetings, public addresses, private reflection, and also, if you do become Skyborn, it is where your dragons would land as well. There is also the Veiled Library. It's hidden below the Sanctum, It's a vault that holds secrets recovered from the time before the Shattering. Beverly, you actually maintain it with encryption wards,
Okay.
and you ensure it's treated with reverence, Beatrice. Then there is, for Colin and V, there is the Aether Forge. It's a shared workshop, constantly humming with experimental energy. It is home to the Ley Armory. Resonant blueprints and arcane constructs in progress are ready.
I go over and start examining it.
Then there is the Wind Cloister. It's a serene meditation wing infused with harmonized wind flutes and breathing stones, mostly for you for counsel or restoration. And then each one of you has private quarters. These private quarters are able to be tailored to your personality, hidden passageways, elemental comforts, windows that never fog or crack and always open to the sky. And then you can ask the help to... The servants will decorate this how you see fit. And then there is the Vault of Oaths. At the sanctum's core is a single towering obelisk of stormglass where Caelithar takes all of you. And as you are there, Caelithar takes this chest that is sitting there. And on the floor are these runic symbols in a circle. And he goes to the box and you hear, and you see this glow come out from it. It's like a flash. And as he opens it up, Pandora's box.
Yeah.
As he opens it up,
Mimic.
he reaches in. He reaches in and hands each one of you a physical manifestation of your symbol. And he puts the box down and walks over and motions all of you over to the sigil on the ground.
Okay.
And
Walk
you
over.
can see your matching sigils are magically drawn there. Here is where you place your sigil and take a vow. Vow to always do your duty until death. And he places his family sigil down, and it glows.
I place mine down.
I place mine down.
I place
I
mine
take a
down.
deep breath and slowly let it out as I place it down.
I look at mine, knowing my past mostly, because I have forgotten some of it. Oh, you really sure you want me this?
Yes.
Knowing half the stuff I've done?
That is why.
Alright, you're about as much trust them as I trust these guys. And he's gonna lay it down.
Alright. V. Do you truly vow to withstand your duty?
I do.
Okay. And this has to be 100%. Yours glows. Colin, do you truly withstand to do your duty?
I do.
Beatrice? 100%.
I look to Starfluff. Meow. Knowing my past that a lot of people don't know, You promise you won't make me do anything that I don't want to do?
You will only do what you need to do.
I do.
Beverly.
Do.
Arthur, 100%.
Arthur's gonna put it down, and I'm gonna go, I'll make your army better if I need to then. But there won't be much honor.
It blows. Now, he looks at each of you. Should one of us fall, or one betray their duty, their light fades. So we will know if we are dead or betrayed.
Stood.
And if this light fades, so does yours. Meaning, you will die.
Yeah, I figured.
Very well. Now that the important stuff's done, you guys are more than welcome to make yourselves at home. Would you like things taken off of the ship and brought in here? We can have people that do that. You do not have to do everything for yourselves anymore. There are people to work for you. Each one of you will slowly build your community below you.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. I'm actually in a position.
I am not the Storm Crown yet, but now that I am back, should have taken it about 1,500 years ago. So I assume my father will have a ceremony soon. Probably within the next day or two, where I am the Storm Crown, which will make you the one and only council. I will not make decisions without your guidance, and you will help keep Drakoria as the great city it always has been. This is your legacies, not being born of some stone, not betraying your people and blowing them up. Not being a drunkard or a failed actress.
A what? What are you talking about?
Oh, honey, sweet, my water lily.
Oh, I forgot she forgot that.
What are you talking? My parents were the actors.
Water lily, listen to me. You paid the price of, and that price was to forget the horrible life you had before.
Oh.
So you were an actress.
Well, shit. Okay. Well, at least this isn't going to be my first job. I just failed horrendously at the first one.
I hug Bev and I'm just like, you're going to be wonderful at this one. I have a feeling about that.
Beverly's gonna see some random sex tape pop up. Like, I really did not fail.
I'm just picturing like 3 years from now she finds it. She's like, I didn't know I could bend like that.
Why are there 3 of them? I liked men?
Is that a donkey?
Oh.
down!
What the fuck? Nah, never
Is it
that
talking?
far. Oh my
Donkey and
god.
Dragon.
Oh my god.
So, this will be your legacy. Do not squander it. We will fix the world through Drakoria. Now, who's hungry?
Yes.
This is the fucking party.
We can have a feast. Shall we introduce ourselves to the people?
Here, here.
You all notice me being like keeping my head down and trying to like kind of curl up into myself, hearing about the party
Chris.
and introducing ourselves.
I know this isn't the first council you've dealt with, but we will be better than they ever were.
Yeah. Don't like being the center of attention.
We still love you.
Besides, I think the returning crowned prince is going to have the majority of the attention.
Hopefully.
I should get a dress.
I look at my armor and I'm like,
Oh, speaking of, this job does come with benefits.
Oh?
And he takes you guys down to an armory. And he inside the armory is basically these metal cages that respond to your sigils. So you have the sigils laid out, and these are your sigils that don't go anywhere. They kind of go onto you to represent what you do, kind of like his. And so, Colin, you're the first up, and he hands you the sigil, and you basically just kind of push the sigil in, and it opens. And standing in there, you have an Aether forged exosuit. This is an arcane infused plate made of storm steel and drift glass panels. It has modular joints that allow integration with tools or turrets. Built-in lay pulse battery gives you one additional arcane infusion. And then once per long rest, it redirects a spell cast within 30 feet to a turret or focus of your choice. Which I haven't put these in yet. I will put them in D&D Beyond. But basically, somebody fires a spell at you once per long rest. You can redirect it to hit one of your constructs instead of you. You also have a Warhammer. It is called Skybreaker. It's a Warhammer with a rotating Aether Coil core. On a hit, you get an additional 1d8 lightning or force damage, and then you can do a charge strike, which creates a localized gravity shockwave. Beatrice, you're handed your symbol.
I take it. And I push them to...
Okay. You have the mantle of the Starlit Chalice. These are robes of flowing starlight threaded fabric over light astral plated bark. It grants resistance to radiant and fire damage. You can cast Sanctuary as a reaction now once per rest. And it gives you a lay root pulse, which once per long rest, you can heal all allies within 30 feet for 46 HP, or remove a condition. And again, I will put these all into D&D Beyond. And then you have a staff, the Staff of Emberglass. It's a crystalline staff crowned with a burning spiral flame suspended in a gravity ring. So this will allow you to... This has an arcane conduit, so you can channel any cleric or druid spell as a bonus action once per long rest. Which means you can cast 2 spells at a time once per long rest.
No!
Yeah. And then,
guys, we remember how powerful Ari was.
Yeah.
And then you have Ember Bloom, which once per day, it creates a 20-foot zone of glowing petals that heals allies and burns enemies. It's another Wither and Bloom. It heals for 2d8 and burns for 2d6. Arthur, your symbol is handed to you.
Stick it in.
And it opens. You have the Wormfang plate. This is gilded dragon scale plate forged from Valtorix's shed storm scales.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes. This gives you resistance to lightning and advantage on strength checks. And it can deflect a ranged weapon attack once per round with no reaction needed. You just have to say, I will reflect it. So somebody shoots an arrow at you, it'll bounce off once per round. Then you have twin pistols called Judicator's Volley. These are ornate Stormforged flintlocks engraved with dragon runes.
Ooh.
Fire elemental infused bullets that explode on crits.
Yeah.
So basically, if you crit, it does an extra 3d6 fire within 10 feet.
Damn.
And then you have what's called Council's Verdict, which you can do once per day. You can fire both pistols simultaneously in a cone for 60 feet. And if they fail a DC 17 dex, they take 8d6 damage. Or half on a success. Oh, you guys are council members now.
Yeah.
You get rewarded. That's what you get for agreeing to this. If you guys wouldn't have agreed to this, you guys would not have gotten this stuff. V, you were handed yours.
I push it in.
Okay. You get the Stormplate Aegis. This is sleek half plate with built-in floating shield drones. Can intercept attacks targeting allies within 15 feet.
Nice.
Gives you grants a +1 AC to all adjacent allies. Anyone within 5 feet of you has a +1 to AC. Then, once per day, you can do a drone shield wall. It creates a force barrier that grants cover to all allies in a 30-foot line for 1 minute. And then, you have a pulse blade called Voltrix. It's a sword staff with a flickering edge made of condensed aether. It can be used as a melee or a thrown weapon, and it returns instantly. On activation, it extends into a reach weapon with lightning damage. It does 1d10 plus 1d6.
Ooh.
And then once per day, you can do a disrupting slash, which removes concentration from a spellcaster on a hit. Beverly,
Yeah.
you are handed your symbol.
Okay. I press my symbol in.
You are given the Veil Woven Shroud, a cloak of dark violet silk that moves like water. It gives you advantage on stealth and insight checks. While in dim light or darkness, you gain evasion. And once per day, you have Fade Walk. You can Misty Step without verbal or somatic components. Plus, you leave behind an illusionary echo that fools attackers for 1 round.
Hell yeah.
And then your weapon, we gave you a whip.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you.
It's called the Tendrils of the Drowned One. It's a living weapon formed from the essence of your patron's realm. On a hit, it deals 1d8 slashing plus 1d6 psychic. Targets hit by a crit are grappled until they succeed on a strength save DC 16. And once per day, you can do Whispering Pull. You pull up to 3 enemies towards you from 30 feet away as tendrils erupt from the ground. And they have to do a strength save to be pulled and restrained.
Hey, hell yeah.
I need the stats of my stuff sent to me.
I will put everything in D&D Beyond this week.
I just look at
Okay.
everybody and then back over to my whip and then back at everybody with a shit-eating grin. I do in the air.
And it,
Okay, what was the names of mine?
it is Stormplate, Aegis,
Cat?
and Voltrix. Chains and whips excite me. I may be bad, but it's Rihanna up in here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, with that, Caelithar kind of dismisses everybody, telling you that you will meet back up during the feast. A feast will happen during dinner time. And this is going to be the first feast held in the Skyborn Hall in over 2,000 years. So, with that, everybody can kind of split off, go to your various rooms. Colin and Beatrice, you have a bigger room because it's shared. And V and Bev, if you ever get to that point, you can request that, and the room can be bigger. But with that, everybody kind of splits off, and we are also going to take our break. So, please don't go anywhere. We will be right back. All right. So, so as everybody kind of goes off, the feast is being set up. And is everybody going to request a tailor to make themselves something special?
Absolutely.
I will.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. V, what is it you are going to be dressed like?
Via's going to be in a suit-like attire. V doesn't wear dresses or skirts or anything like that.
Fancy tunic.
Fancy tunic. It's not going to be like overstated or anything, but it is definitely going to be nice and maybe a little bit on the more elegant side of things.
It shows up in the suit from Dumb and Dumber.
Oh God.
Arthur.
Arthur would request a version of the military tunic for a dress form, buttons going from shoulder down to his waist, in the colors of the kingdom, with obviously making sure the symbols can be embroidered in, or if that's a pin.
Okay. Colin.
Probably try and find a formal robe or like a tunic, like similar like that. Nothing blue.
Okay. Beatrice?
I have no fucking idea.
Okay, she's going in her birthday suit.
Whoa, hold on now.
I just look at the chairs like, I don't know. Surprise me?
Okay. They'll probably whip you up something in white, typically of what healers wear. Probably a long flowing, not like bridal flowing, but long enough that it has a little bit of a tail of a dress. With it actually has pockets, so you can carry medical supplies.
I immediately put my hands in the pocket.
Okay.
Pockets.
I think I'd request, I did send a picture for those of us that can look at it, but for those that can't, it's like a deep navy blue gown, goes down to like her feet. It does have a leg slit, but it is tasteful. And it's got gold on the waistline and on the shoulders, and it's like a sheer, almost see-through, like shawl-like cape.
Okay. So what we need to do is we need to get a hyper-realistic version of Bev in that dress made and see how attractive Beverly actually is.
AKA, I'm pretty sure that V is drooling.
Oh, and towards the ends of the gown, it like turns more black.
So I picture Bev as a like ginger Marilyn Monroe.
Except she's not
Actually-
ginger anymore. She's a genasi
That is
and
true.
has purple hair.
But Marilyn Monroe, like, imagine Bev as a thick genasi.
Yeah, I was gonna say pretty much Marilyn Monroe was the thought.
Oh,
Very similar to Marilyn Monroe. Yeah.
That or Audrey Hepburn.
Audrey Hepburn
Yep,
was
yep,
very...
nope. V,
No, but
v is
Audrey Hepburn was
absolutely
also-
drooling.
The most beautiful woman in her time.
True.
And if makeup is a thing, she's got a full face of makeup on
Oh,
again.
yeah, makeup's a thing.
Heck, Marilyn Monroe made a potato sack look sexy.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did. She also slept with the president. But, anyways.
Maryland? Yeah.
Okay, so as everybody heads to the Skyborn Halls, the Grand Banquet Hall, known as the Highlight Refectory, had not been opened to Caelithar in over 2,000 years. To them, probably 250 years-ish. But when we reference 2,000 years, anytime we say 2,000, we're saying that based off of Caelithar and your experience.
Okay.
So just keep that in mind. Even though to them it's 250 years, to Caelithar it's 2,000. So, and now that he's going to be king, that's what they're going to reference. Because he's the most important person there. So, tonight, the massive storm glass doors unfurled like the wings of a slumbering beast awakened by thunder, revealing a space of breathtaking opulence and elemental majesty. Floating leg crystal chandeliers drift like low-hanging stars above the long curved tables, casting glints of stormlight through shimmering wind glass. Arcane braziers spilled pale gold firelight across polished obsidian floors etched with a Silurian crest, and above, the vaulted dome, woven from enchanted silverwood and raw sky glass, open to the night sky, where Valtorix, the Stormborn, circled once more like a god reborn. So as you walk in and you look up, you can see Valtorix circling, and eventually he lands and just peers down, so all you see is a dragon's head peering down. Not scary, because you've met Valtorix at this point, and you know he's a friendly dragon, as friendly as a dragon can be. Because I very much based him off of
A certain dragon from a very popular series.
Of books, my favorite books of all time that got me into dragons, yes.
We shall not name it because of copyrights, but we all know what we're talking about.
That I have
I
all
don't.
4
Can you
books
message
sitting
me?
right up there.
Oh, I might know, actually.
It starts with an E.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I know.
But that's not the dragon's name.
No, it's not.
That's the kid's name. Dragon's name starts with an S. The air buzzed with reverent awe, perfumed with cinnamon bark, honey root smoke, and the distant tang of salted citrus and seared meats. The feast is no mere indulgence, it's a declaration. Caelithar Solorian, lost prince of Drakenval, has not returned as an echo of the past, but as a storm crown. And he brought with him a new council, each one carved from survival, fire, and loyalty. As the opening ritual begins, a steward steps forward, silver cloaked and voice thunder marks. With deliberate grace, he pours a crystalline flask of lightning wine down the trident-shaped ceremonial channel that runs along the head table. The wine shimmers in iridescent blues and purples as it strikes the end of the channel with a resonant chime, releasing a soft pulse of static light that rolls across the room like a heartbeat. The gathered nobles rise in silence, and with it, the feast begins. Servants sweep in the room like a ballet of purpose, arms laden with trays of burnished drift steel and skywood. And you guys are all sitting at that head table. So Caelithar's in the center, and then Arthur is actually to his right, because being the military leader, he's his right hand. And then you guys kind of go out from there. And then everybody else is in like the long tables, and they're all seated there. Pretty much all of the... So in the main hall, the upper echelon of Elendor is there. Your religious leaders, things like that. But then there's a hall still open where everybody can see and celebrate, but it's much bigger where the rest of Drakoria can come. And they can still be part of the feast without crowding the feast hall. So the first course, a presentation of delicate stormberry glazed quail bites, arrive nestled on beds of pickled sun moss. The quail is so tender, it slips from the bone. The glaze tart and sharp with just a whisper of heat, bright enough to spark hunger, yet deep enough to taste like the first breath of a storm. Alongside that came skyroot tartlets. Their fluted pastry shells cradled whipped moon cheese infused with frost leek and shimmer pepper. Each bite cool and herbaceous, dissolving on the tongue like edible snow. Almost like a decadent Pop-Tart. Almost. Leviathan carpaccio, translucent ribbons of pale violet and silver arranged like ocean waves across black slate, kissed with citrus brine and aether oil that tinges faintly across the lips. It's said those who ate it would dream of places that had drowned before names were written. Next, the main course arrives. Beneath domes of wind-sealed glass, each one lifted in unison with a sigh of escaping vapor and a choir of ooze from the hall. At the center of each long table is a thunderboar haunch, roasted slow over lay fire until the bark-like crust split, revealing rippling seams of succulent marbled meat. The skin crackled faintly as if alive with residual energy, and the elder root reduction spooned atop it shimmered with a glaze so deep it bordered on black, tangy with fermented plum and wild thyme. Next came the driftwing duck a la Tempest, sliced tableside with ritual knives, the meat rich and gamey beneath a lacquer of storm cherry and firebark, served with edible petals and flame fronds, It left a smoky heat that blues with delayed satisfaction. For those who prefer seafood, there's silverfin, caught only in the upper shard floods of the eastern reef. It is served whole, spine intact, the flesh flaking like pearls beneath a whispered wine reduction. The wine sweetness sings against the saline meats, and diners swear they can feel the sea in their chest. Every table features towers of sky-forged hearth bread, crusted golden loaves risen with storm-infused leaven and seeded with ember grain. Crackling crust gives way to steaming pockets of air and melts soft interior, made even better by chilled storm butter shaped into the form of Valtorix mid-flight, wings curled like a cathedral. Sides arrives like a painter's palette of texture and color. Cracked fire potatoes, charred and smashed, smoked with obsidian oil and tossed in flake salt from the umbral deep. They arrive hissing, skins blistered, the insides rich and buttery. Labraid greens, intricate vine-tied bundles of seared foliage and veil stem mushrooms shimmer with a light dusting of star salt. The sunfire corn mash comes in bowls carved from lava glass, a deep golden mash of torch root and cream-spun dusk pearl, crowned with seared corn kernels and a dusting of flame bloom pollen that tingles at the roof of your mouth. Then, as the stars rise higher, desserts follow. The first, Tempest Pavlova, a cloud-like meringue nest filled with stormberry curd and spiral-whipped lightning cream, its edges kissed with sugar lightning that crackles faintly on the tongue. Each bite collapses into a symphony of crunch, cream, and air, like eating thunder in velvet form. Ether-flame custards arrive next, flamed tableside with miniature sky brandy torches. The caramelized top fractures like stained glass, giving way to soft, magically aerated custard that ripples with warmth and color, leaving behind trails of mint, vanilla blossom, and a memory of flights. Gilded moondrops are passed on trays of froststone, perfectly round candy orbs filled with chilled honey nectar and threaded with edible silver leaf. They burst on the tongue like snowflakes of sweet sunlight, and guests weep over them, quite literally. Drinks are refined as the course. Sky wine, pale violet and glowing faintly with elemental bubbles, cooled the body and clears the senses. Stormmead Reserve, uncorked with rune-sealed iron keys, sparked in froth like ale from the gods, leaving a warmth in your chest and a shimmer to the eyes. Cloud milk elixir, smooth as silk and served chilled in silver thimble cups, slid down like liquid moonlight, leaving floral notes and a faint hum of joy in the belly. And for those with clarity in mind, crystal pitchers of ley water flows freely. Clear, refreshing, and faintly floral, it grounds the tongue while cleansing the soul. And I will say here, if conversations want to be had, they can before the final toast.
How much of this had dairy?
Cloud milk elixir does. Obviously, the custards and pavlova do.
What do I roll?
The hearth bread with the butter does. And that's it.
What would I roll?
Constitution saving throw.
1.
Close. 4.
All right, you got to shit through a screen door.
As I'm eating,
Not touch the sides. God.
as I'm eating, I notice what B is eating. I'm like, honey, be careful. As I'm just devouring the seafood dish and grabbing the loaves of bread.
as gracefully as possible, get up. Cal, where's the bathroom? And I go, I, as casually as possible, I walk to the bathroom.
Right when you're in the hall and you think nobody can see, she like rips her butt and like waddles, but everybody's actually watching.
I don't actually do that, by the way.
As I'm eating, I look over to Cal. I'm like, hey, Cal, I just had a thought. We should hire a crew on a permanent basis. Possibly give them a raise too, considering we're asking them to relocate here. And any additional cost for family members.
Oh, I agree. It'd be wonderful to have them here. As long as they'll be loyal, but I mean, most of them seem like good people.
I mean, if they're not loyal, then just kill them.
True.
We've seen too much.
Is this like a Forbidden Kingdom place, Cal? Are we allowed to leave if we want to?
Shh. Covers your mouth.
Sir, no.
Pulls a knife out.
Cal, I just wanted to say I am so
I
proud
think
of
my
you. You're
fish.
doing so well, and I'm so happy for you that this is going well.
Thank you. I'm not Stormcrown yet, but I talked to my father, and tomorrow is actually the ceremony. Well, I mean, you all are required to be there, but
Of course, even if I wasn't required, I'd be there.
I gracefully,
You're our friend.
with my face still beat red because I'm embarrassed as hell, walk back in and sit down next to Colin.
And thank you for the
Cal, look over.
confidence.
You okay,
Welcome
honey?
back, Beatrice. We all saw that.
No. Saw what?
Nothing. Don't worry.
I
If anybody talks about it, I'll speak with them.
Bev on the shoulder and be like, "Leave her be there."
Okay, I lean over to Colin and just into his ear, I'm like, remind me to talk to Cal about maybe making the recipes dairy-free.
I kind of lean over. Maybe also we consult the royal physicians to see if there's a cure for whatever the hell is wrong with you.
I can't eat dairy. That's not a disease.
Honey, this is a magic kingdom.
I
full of
put my
dragons.
hand over his mouth. You don't think my parents and I tried to fix this?
Yeah, but as I remove her hand from my mouth, your parents didn't have magic.
I just stare at him dumbfounded, like, you're an idiot.
What are you whispering about?
Don't worry about it.
Hey, secrets are kind of my thing now.
Well, you're not getting this one.
I'll get it, one way or the other.
Bev, honey,
Yes.
secrets were my thing originally. I don't share.
Okay, alright. Let's not quarrel in front of the entire kingdom, shall we?
secrets are no longer your thing. So I suggest you get rid of them.
Well, it's not gonna happen.
Also, you know we do have a food that helps with people who can't drink milk, right?
No.
Yeah. And he calls over one of the servants, and he kind of whispers to them, and they run off. A few minutes back, they come back, and they have a glass vial that has a label printed on it, and they hand it to you.
I take it and look at the vial.
It says Lactostrike, the dairy deflector. And then underneath it says, because no crown should fear the cheese wheel. And he looks to you, says, that is only brewed in Drakoria's Ministry of Digestive Alchemy. Lacto Strike is a proprietary blend of elemental neutralizers, gastric rune infuses, and arcane cowarding agents. Originally developed for high-ranking nobles who refused to accept that perhaps they shouldn't have eaten that entire wedge of Cloud Age Thunder cheese. The potion became a quiet staple of courtly life, particularly once the Stormcrown's Council was formed, and, well, now that we've discovered, much to everyone's surprise and some mild panic, that Beatrice, Archwarden of the Living Flame, could not consume anything with cream, cheese, or even suspiciously rich butter. So it's a frosted swirl glass vial shaped like a tiny milk jug, sealed with a cork shaped like a cow's nose.
That's so cute.
I'm gonna really design this.
I was gonna say I want a bottle.
My face just goes beet red.
Drink it.
I
So inside, the liquid inside is a soft opalescent cream color with streaks of swirling silver and pale mint. And when you drink it, it tastes like a vanilla bean marshmallow dunked in peppermint milk with a faint tingle of arcane sparkle on the tongue.
You need to actually make this. Because that sounds amazing.
So, it lasts for 1 hour per dose. It allows you to safely consume any dairy-based food or potion with no side effects. If you consume it before dairy, you're fully protected. I need you to make a Constitution save right now, though, because you consumed it after dairy.
Oh.
Ooh, that's a failure.
It wasn't
the user on failure becomes audibly gassy for roll a d4, please.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, and this is during your introduction to everybody. Maybe it's... maybe you should have been concerned about being the center of attention. Uh-oh. Every time I hear her fart, I'll press digitation so it smells like flowers.
Actually, you don't have to. So you're audibly gassy for 3 hours, but it smells inexplicably like lavender and ozone.
Okay.
It's lavender farts.
Okay.
But
I don't think I have anything to help you with that.
If you would have,
at least there's music.
Made the save, it would have prevented digestive thunder, and you would have regained composure. But you need to, if you can have as many of those as you want because you're on the council. As long as you consume it before dairy, you will literally have no effects.
For now, we shall hear the...
Huh?
What is it called again?
It is called Lacto Strike, the Dairy Deflector. Because no crown should fear the cheese wheel. I'm going to make a commercial of this.
I'm going to just say before all meals.
I was lactose intolerant until I got Lacto Strike, the Dairy Deflector. God. And just randomly flash cows. I'm going to make it. Coming soon.
Just a breeze away.
So, with that, the final toast comes before introducing each of you. Cael stands up. His goblet is a sculpture of wind-stealing glass forged just for this moment. And as he stands, silence falls across the hall. Not out of command, but of reverence. You can hear in the distance the cry of Valtorix echoing over Drakoria like thunder. To silence endured, to storms survived, to the oath that was never broken and the crowns that are now shared. May we dine in peace before we rise in war.
I'm gonna raise my glass.
I'm trying to be as small as possible and raise my glass.
And everybody like,
Same.
yeah.
Huzzah!
And so he steps up to the edge of the balcony. Valtorix is actually perched above the parapets. And then everybody kind of has left their tables and they're all kind of standing there. So you see thousands, citizens, soldiers, nobility, winged riders. And he stands there. People of Drakenval, of Drakoria, of my home. I returned not in triumph, but in truth. I did not rise from the ashes of history alone, nor does any crown I wear sit upon one brow. It rests upon the storm we weathered together. The shattering tore time, family, and faith from us. But from exile, I did not return with ghosts. I returned with giants. I returned with a new council, sworn not by blood or birthrights, but by the blade, by fire, and by the trials we survived. What was that?
I'm trying my hardest not to laugh.
Something like a horse in here.
You just see my face, like tears trying to stop.
So, you know of our skies. Now know the minds that will guide them. Any motions towards Colin to step forward?
Step forward.
Colin, High Artificer of the Aether Forge, the hands that command Stormsteel, Magitech, and invention itself. He crafts wonders not to dominate, but to defend. Drakoria's mind has awakened again, and its gears turn in Colin's fire-tempered hands. And you can physically see the engineers, the smiths, and the tinkerers.
Let's go. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? And I'm saying that to myself.
Those are your people.
Oh, I have people?
Yes. Now go stand back there.
Okay.
He motions towards Beatrice.
I take one tiny step forward, holding on to Colin's hand. You just feel
as she steps.
And I'm holding Colin's hand, and you just feel my nails in your hand.
Beatrice, Archwarden of the Living Flame, born of starlight and sorrow, her hands heal where others would harm. She is proof that mercy is not weakness, and that fire, when guided by purpose, becomes light. And soft gasps ripple as petals rise on unseen winds around you, clerics and druids bowing in silent respect.
I bow my head slightly and take the tiny step back, still gripping Colin's hand in a death grab.
Is that bleeding by now?
It's not his hand that's bleeding, it's her asshole. Just dry farts.
Oh. I'll press the digitation so her face doesn't look so red. Help her keep her composure.
I would say at this point, with all the speeches and stuff, it's done.
Okay.
I still have like tears in my eyes, like trying not to cry from
And
embarrassment.
all the people just think that you're in tears because you're so proud to be here. When in reality, the entire stage smells like lavender. With no lavender in sight.
We're
At
all
least
very
it's
confused
lavender.
up there.
They're like, lavender.
Someone's perfume is really strong.
Ozone. Is this why the ice caps are melting?
Okay,
Colin,
now
I would say you would
Eleanor has
feel-
global warming.
Yes, Eleanor has global warming now.
Really?
Because of Pam.
And Colin, I would say that you feel B's hand actually shaking.
And I just kind of use my other hand and just pat. It's okay.
He motions to Arthur.
I would step forward in a more military form like he's used to, and make the last step a hard stomp like he would.
Arthur, Marshal of the Crown's Will, my shield brother, my executioner of justice. He bears no title lightly, and no weapon without purpose. Should blade be drawn, let it be Arthur who leads the charge. For he does not seek war, but refuses to run from it. And you see the soldiers, veterans, and blades for hire. Huzzah! 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 Armor clacking, swords against shields. And you can see how big your fucking army is.
Yeah.
It makes up 3/4 of these people.
He would give first a military salute to them all, and then step back.
He motions to V.
I step forward.
V, Sentinel of the Skies, Guardian of airships, Skywatch, and our bastions of innovation. With hands of steel and heart of lawless genius, V builds not machines, but monuments to the future of Drakenval's supremacy above the clouds. And you see floating constructs shimmer above you as aerial units salute formations.
Yep. Okay, that's gonna take some getting used to.
And then motions to Beverly.
And I step forward.
And Beverly, spy mistress of the Vale Winds. She speaks seldom, but sees everything. Let the world know this. Where our banners fly in daylight, her whispers fly in shadow. Secrets tremble beneath her feet, and should deceit arise, she will know before it breathes. And this eerie wind glides across the crowd, and you do see people in masks, veils, and hoods bow their heads without command.
I wave. I wave at everybody.
And he motions all of you to step up with him.
You step up.
Yep.
I hesitantly step up.
Yep.
Okay. So he is now alongside all of you. These are the Stormcrown's Council, chosen not by lineage, but by legacy. They do not serve beneath me, they stand beside me. And to those who still conspire in silence, who doubt what is coming, know this. Drakenval has woken. The skies no longer mourn, and the storm does not rise alone. And when he says does not rise alone, Valtorix lets out this roar, and lightning strikes. And the entire crowd just cheers. Now, we shall see you all at the commencement ceremony. Have a good night. And he bows his head as he turns back to his to the table and sits down in his chair.
I do the same thing.
Yeah,
Same. Take
Same thing.
mine right next to him. Very uncomfortable.
And this is the point where everybody can have conversations. People are just kind of lingering and doing whatever until it's time to go to bed to get ready for the ceremony.
I'm gonna.
I kind of lean into Colin, like trying to calm down.
I kind of just hug her and just grab her shoulder. I look over to Cal. I'm like, who do I got to see about having a meeting with the head architect or civil engineer of the city?
It's you.
Oh, like the other ones. Okay, I'll have to go set up a meeting, I guess, with everybody.
You control the construction of the city.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just a little confused. I'm used to just going into a workshop and just working.
Where would be a good place to get in the know about current events? I need to catch up quick.
Definitely in the taverns. Although the taverns won't be occupied tonight. Everyone came here and got free booze, so they aren't going to pay at the taverns.
Agreed. I was just more so wondering, current enemies, current allies?
Yes, we do have some... honestly, all of you can get hand-downs from my father's council before you take over.
Okay.
That's something we can arrange after the crowning.
Okay, perfect.
That would be
If you all wish.
wonderful. That way I can understand the infrastructure that I'm going to be working with.
And I just want to double check, your people have nothing against Nyx's people, right?
Oh. Why
I figured
wouldn't?
not. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure, because that would suck.
No.
Well, what's your people's stance on Darkbluff here? Because I know you had a negative reaction to him.
Well, they're betrayer god, so... I mean... There's not many people that... Probably smart to keep them in that form.
Got it.
Because, again, they're betrayer god. They do have some people that worship them. There is a temple people for them. But there's also a temple for every god. Although, not really answering now. It's something that we should probably work on once all this nonsense is over.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And how many more feasts and parties like this is there going to be?
Oh, just this one. Now, we do have to throw at least one party every, 2 or 3 months, just to keep spirits up. But none with all these crazy speeches and all of that.
I love a good party.
I will say that for the crowning, each of you will have something you must do for it.
Okay.
Like what?
Oh, you'll get your instruction there.
Okay.
Okay.
But I suggest everyone rests.
Wonderful. Yeah. Whoa.
I get up and I kind of was like, let's go to bed, honey.
I am still holding on to Colin and follow him.
Just some extra leftover.
I'm gonna look.
V, would you like to stay with me tonight?
The action at the same time.
Beatrice won't be the only one letting out gas.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my.
Sorry, that was a coup.
Absolutely, my water lily.
I'm gonna look to Cal and go, "Where's your the training grounds?"
Oh, it's back up there where we first started.
Thought you were about to proposition him.
Well,
Oh no.
take this breastplate off. I have my own whips.
Oh my.
Not
And they're
interested.
not magical. And highly used.
I'm going to politely bow to Cal and then nod to the others before I'm going to actually go train for about an hour or two as normal rhythm up in the training grounds.
Alright. So, as the night comes to a close, if you haven't done it, you can take a long rest.
Okay.
Technically, you could have taken a long rest already, but... okay. So, the crowning of the Storm Crown. This is in the Zephyrate Crucible. It's the ancient heart of the Skyborn Hall. It's a circular sky platform suspended by titanic chains over top of a living storm. So if you fall off, you kind of fall into a storm. Beneath the stone floor, lightning pulses faintly, caught between the laybound ruins of the Storm Crown line. Above, a swirling vortex of calm sky, a window to the stars. The Crucible has not hosted a coronation in over 2,000 years. It's actually in Cael's vision. It's been 3,250 years since a coronation has happened.
So it would be what, 350, something like that for the rest of these people?
Yeah, something like that. For them, it's about 350 years. His father has been ruling for 350 years.
Wow.
Which is why he's retiring.
Yeah.
It's a long time, even for an elf. So, as dawn breaks, the Crucible platform stirs. The winds hush. Drakoria stands silent in anticipation. Runes carved into the floor slowly begin to glow as the arcane lattice that binds the blood of Solorian to the throne awakens once more. Caelithar steps into the center. He does not kneel. The Storm Crown does not kneel. You are each instructed to take your place at one of 6 cardinal points, forming a ritual circle. Each one of you have a task to channel your domain: wisdom, force, invention, secrets, nature, and vigilance into Caelithar, weaving your strength into the crown he must carry. Each of you must perform a roleplay action and a roll using your core ability or skills. The DC is 15, with meaningful benefits or complications for each success and failure.
How many chances do you get at doing this?
2. Colin,
Okay.
you are first.
Okay.
Your task is to activate the arcane construct that stabilizes the crown's enchantments. Using your artificer tools, you must align a shifting etheric lens array floating above the crucible. So your roll will either be an arcana or intelligence, but you can use your artisan's tools.
Okay. Arcane or intelligence?
Yes. Arcana or intelligence, but you can use your artisan's tools, which means if you are proficient, you get a proficiency bonus.
Oh, Arcana's +4. What would intelligence be? I have a saving throw?
Intelligence check.
Okay, so that's a +7. I'll do that. Okay, where do we get it? Ooh. Okay, that is a 22.
That's a success.
Nice.
So the enchantments surge with perfect clarity. You gave Caelithar a +1 AC for 24 hours, and his aura shines with arcane precision. So your part is complete, and you can take a step back.
I step back.
Beatrice, Your task is to mix and bless the sacred oils of the flame, blending astral essence and ley root sap to burn away doubt and bind the soul. You can use either religion or wisdom, and also use an herbalism kit.
Okay, so I have herbalism kit, and I'll use religion because it's a +6. So what would the herbalism kit?
Do you have proficiency in herbalism?
It just is. I just have the kit. I don't know if I'm proficient or not.
If you don't have proficiency in it, then you're just rolling.
It'll be in proficiencies and training.
Yeah.
Under tools.
How would you?
Then you don't have it. So it's just religion or wisdom.
Okay, so religion is a +6. So
you literally need a 9 on the dice.
13.
15?
13.
13. That is a failure. So the flames waver. Caelithar hears whispers of those who doubted him in the past, and he has to make a charisma save or lose his first reaction in combat due to hesitation. Charisma. There's a low roll. I rolled a 2 on the dice. DC's 14. But I have a plus 11 to charisma.
Oh,
so that,
I can't cast guidance, can I?
No.
That's touch.
That makes it a 13, plus he's proficient in charisma, so
okay, good.
Gets a proficiency bonus, which is a +4. So he succeeds. Alright, you got another chance.
Okay, that one's better. 23?
Okay. So your blessing, as you bless the sacred oils, grants Caelithar advantage on wisdom saves for 24 hours, and radiant energy clings to its cloak. So you have succeeded.
I let out a breath. Not realizing I'm holding my breath, I let myself breathe a little bit.
Arthur, you must present and consecrate the Storm-Crowned Blade, an ancestral weapon only drawn in coronation or war. You must speak the Oath of Steel in the tongue of Old Drakenball. So you will roll, and you can do strength, performance, or history.
Do strength. Okay. Okay, 16 plus 3 plus proficient strength, so 22.
Okay, that succeeds. Hold on.
Before blade, before banner, before breath, I kneel not in submission, but in service. Steel remembers what men forget. It does not flinch. It does not flee. It speaks in silence and sings in blood. By the flame that tempered, by the forge that binds, and by the storm that crowns, I swear this oath. My sword shall rise when you rise, fall when you fall, and break only if your body does. To the storm crown I give this back, give this blade not as a weapon, but as a promise. May the wind know your name, and may your enemies forget theirs.
And with that, the blade rings true. Caelithar gains +2 damage on his first attack each day with a melee weapon. V. Your task is to activate the floating Skyguard sentries surrounding the Crucible. They must weave ley threads between the platform and the defense grid, syncing Caelithar to the city's arcane network. To do this, you will either roll Intelligence or Sleight of Hand while using Tinkerer's tools.
Okay, cool. What up? I have to do math real quick. 29?
Success.
Holy shit.
The city's wards harmonize. Caelithar can cast Shield once without expending a spell slot. Every single day. And Beverly.
Yes.
Your task is to whisper into the crown's circlet the name of one hidden truth or potential betrayal that you have uncovered in the last moon. This seals the crown against deception, for now. So with this, you will roll either insight or deception.
I'm gonna go with deception.
Okay.
22.
Okay. And then let me get you what you're supposed to whisper into the crown. See. The hidden truth.
Really, I thought that was gonna be the one you were gonna tell me.
No, there's a lot more.
Sorry, I'm talking about speaking with yourselves. You can talk to each other in character, technically.
I looked over to V. I'm like, so what are you gonna do first?
I mean, I am kind of in charge of the sky's defense, so I need to really get a handle on what I am working with here.
I think we're both working on defense, and I've got to upgrade this city.
Well, at least we can work together on that.
I promise I've tried to keep the blast down to at least 1 square block.
Oh, don't you be... No.
Joking, I'm joking. I'm not gonna blow anything up. Unless I want to blow something up.
Let's only blow up our enemies.
Guys, I've weathered the spy network before.
You guys just noticed me kind of like off to the side, quiet.
I will go, what's wrong?
I'll tell you later. The only one probably knowing what's going on in her head is Arthur.
I'm just shaking my head, giving each of them a stern look, knowing that I can hear them, others may. And then seeing B a little bit further away, his expression would soften and nudge his head to come forward more.
I will slowly walk forward.
Breathe. For now.
Okay.
Breathe.
So I whisper what the quote.
So there's... So that first quote is what was written on that note.
Oh, at the bottom where, okay.
Yeah. That's kind of for you.
Okay.
Which you can talk to Cael about it more later.
Yeah, I go up and I whisper to him, "If it hurts, don't scream. That's how they knew before."
Okay. I need you to... You already passed insight deception, so... Okay. The crown resists lies. Caelithar gains advantage on insight checks for 24 hours. Now, as the 6 council members finish their tasks, the platform begins to rise, suspended on pillars of wind and stormlight. The sky above parts in a spiral of clouds, and from within it descends Valtorix, wings spread, silver lightning running along his vast frame. In his claws, the storm crown itself, a circlet forged from storm steel and woven with silver aether. Runes pulse faintly on its surface, whispering of oaths, of skies once shattered, and of time itself remembering. Now, this is up to you how you want to do this. This is the moment you're offered. You can crown Cael together, each placing a hand. You can allow Caelithar to take it alone. Or does Valion appear and offer him the crown? It's up to you guys.
I'd say we crown him together because we are in this together with him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay. So, you each grab the crown from the dragon, and you each hold as you place it on his head. Once the crown is placed, a ring of wind erupts outward, casting sky-pale light across the city. Thunder cracks from clear skies. All of Drakoria hears it. And Caelithar speaks one final vow, not as prince, but as storm-crowned. By silence endured, by steel unsheathed, by wind unbroken, I rise not to rule, but to serve. Let Drakenval rise with me. Let the storm remember its name. And Valtorix roars as lightning cracks, and all the banners of the Skyborn riders flare in the wind. And everybody cheers as it all dies down and everybody begins to leave. As you now stand surrounding Caelithar, who you at one point in time found in a glass tube sitting for 2,000 years. And now here he is, right in front of you, right at your side, as the Storm Crown, the leader of Drakoria, and you as his counsel. So, this is a time where y'all can say what you want to Caelithar, or go back, get out of coronation clothing. I will say there is a quote-unquote dress code. You are members of council, so you should never dress ratty.
Yeah.
Because you do represent the crown. But you don't have to be completely fancy the whole time.
basically us engineers are in nicer engineering clothes.
Is there such a thing?
God, look.
I decide
We're
to
changing
go
clothes
back.
a lot.
I'm deciding.
You don't have to do the laundry.
Yeah, that's true. I like to be. I'm going to go change out of these, and I'm going to get into something more comfy, and I'm going to probably try and see if I could talk to the city engineers and stuff, and any other architects to see about what we got to do to make this place great again.
Yeah, okay.
I go back to the room to change.
Keep in mind, you'll be getting a meeting with your predecessors too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask,
Yeah.
because I need to really get in the know about some stuff quick.
Same here.
I'm gonna wait till most of them leave except for Cael and look at him with a smile. Told you should have been king.
I'll just take this place. Whether or not I deserve it, guess that's not for me to decide. But, heavy is the head that wears the crown, or something like that. I've heard. But my head is very light.
Those who do not seek power are the best ones that wield it.
Also had a quote with great responsibility, or something like that. There's the uncle of this man that worked with spiders. I don't know.
You're gonna do good.
He's
We're gonna be
dead
here
now.
with you.
Well, I can set up a meeting with all of your predecessors. Most of them are short-worded, and they'll probably give a lot of vague answers so you can figure things out on your own.
Fun times.
Mine just sent mine up at the training right now.
Maybe, or he might be packing. I'm not sure. I suggest changing out of your coronation clothing, finding him. Or I can call all of them here and everybody can meet them in one place. You don't have to go looking for them.
That might make sense.
I kind of tug at the collar of the coronation outfit. I'm like, I really want to get out of this stuffy thing.
Why don't we just call them all real quickly and then you can.
Well, they'll get posed. It may take some time for them to get here. They may need time to get briefings together or lessons and things like that.
Alright, I'm gonna go get changed. And I kind of not run, but I fast walk out because I am uncomfortable in this thing.
I go and I like, honey, you coming with me to change?
I need to talk to Cael for a minute.
Okay. I go off to the room to change.
I head off mine to get into a more military outfit then. But
Yeah, I go and get changed.
I've told you a little bit about my past. Are you sure I should be the head of the thing? I never wanted to be a part of council.
I was the crown prince of Drakoria. Although I was captured and taken, the only reason that was possible is because I did try to run from my destiny. I didn't just run away and abandon everything. I fought unnecessary battles in hopes that I would die by a blade, so I did not have to live up to the legacy that my father left. His crown is not an easy one to carry, especially after 350 years. But being stuck in a tube for 2,000 years, it puts things in perspective. I ran, and look where I ended up. In the same place. Destiny has a way of finding us no matter where we are, no matter how far we run. You have a destiny. No matter what god it is, you are the only person that we know so far in the world that can speak to a god. Doesn't matter if it's a betrayer god or whatever. With all of the gods gone, you are the only one with the power to lead with godly wisdom. You may not feel perfectly wise all the time. Wisdom comes from experience, not age. Although you have a bit of both in reality. The things that you have done, the things you have seen, the things that you have lived through, that is what gives you wisdom. That is what allows you to lead the lost and the broken, because you have been lost and broken. You were tasked with marrying someone who you didn't even love at first.
Huh?
Oh, I forgot you forgot that part. Anyways, we'll talk about that later. But you found your place in your marriage. You traveled to Elendor for a chance. A chance to be part of something. This is your something. Not rediscovering an old planet or growing plants and making tinctures and whatnots. You were born to lead. You were made to lead. You have a connection to this world like no one else. And that connection is what will help Drakoria thrive.
My best.
That's all I ask of anyone.
I heard what you said at dinner last night. If I reveal the secrets that I know, it will destroy everyone.
Would you rather the secrets be told by you or be found by Beverly? Because with the connection she has, she will find them.
But would they even be relevant anymore? I don't know what's real, what's not. I don't know what was a lie that the council told me and what's the truth.
I mean, I don't know what secrets you're keeping, so I couldn't tell you if they even matter anymore.
They were going to destroy Elendor. That was my mission. Find the resources and everything for them to destroy Elendor.
Does the council exist anymore?
No.
Do you want to destroy Elendor?
Well, I had a secondary mission with my parents to restore Elendor.
So which one do you want?
Restore.
So does that secret matter anymore?
No.
There's your answer. I don't think it will break the group. I think some may be shocked, but as long as you tell them that that is not your mission, they'll be fine. I think this council can't hide secrets from each other, or we will not succeed.
It's been so long that I've been alone. I don't know how to be with a group.
I think after everyone gets the hand-me-down knowledge, everyone needs to sit down and reveal truth. Any secrets that have been hidden need to come out. This is the time. This is a different world than the one you stepped into. Well, it's a different time.
I just hope my quote-unquote creators don't exist anymore.
If they do, then we will handle it. There's no armor. Armor is stronger than Drakoria. You've seen my fucking dragon.
Yeah, your dragon's fucking cool.
He can eat 3 people at once.
3?
Yes. 3 skinny people. Fat people, it's like 1. I've tried.
Hopefully, it doesn't all come to bite us in the ass.
Well, if it does, we'll bite back.
I need to get out of this because I hate dresses.
I will call all of your predecessors. Just make sure everyone comes back here.
I will, thank you.
Okay. So, everyone goes to get dressed and changed, and it is time for hand-me-downs. So, as you all come back, Colin, you are met by Aorden Flintweft, also known as the Skywright. He's a legendary engineer who pioneered Lathe-Thread Magitech systems before the Shattering. He tells you, I'm just going to say these because I'm not doing all these different accents. He tells you that the Aether grid is fractured. The leyline network that once powered Drakoria's Magitech infrastructure is still operational, but it has fractured pulse cycles that misfire across time and space. Certain towers blink out of sync. It's not damage, it's entropy. The key is pulse dampening, not amplification.
So Aether grid is fractured.
The key is pulse dampening, not amplification. He also tells you that old blueprints lie. The diagrams for the Aether Forge were intentionally falsified. A secret section beneath the Skyborn vaults contains prototype cores banned by the Old Council. One was unstable enough to destroy a sky district. Don't reactivate anything until it's cross-checked by living eyes.
Oh, that is specific.
Yeah. And then never trust a silence in a powered room. If an artificer's workshop goes quiet, it's not dead, it's waiting. All of this knowledge is very specific.
So as he's telling me this, I'm writing. I'm like, huh?
No, V would know exactly what that meant, because working on engines.
Yeah. So I'm like, so the blueprints are a lie. Where are the actual ones that we use?
Don't exist.
Okay. Is V's right next to me, I'm assuming, right?
No, everybody's doing their own meetings.
Okay. And I make a note. Talk to V. Urgent. Anything else? Okay.
Yeah, like I said, they tell you certain things, and then everything is left up to you to figure out.
Okay.
And they just kind of like, after they tell you everything, they just kind of hurry off, suitcases packed, and like, these people have been here for like 350 years. They're done.
They're ready to go.
They're taking a fucking vacation.
I just kind of close my notepad, and I'm like,
Your scroll pad.
Yeah, scroll pad. I just kind of like, well, I better go to the workshop.
Are you going to invent an iPad?
I will invent something.
Do it. Beverly will invent the selfie.
All right, so Beatrice, you meet with Saralith Windspire. She was known as the Warden of the Emberlight. Seralith, Seralith, Windspire, Wynspire. So she's a mystic healer who helped contain the blight of the Southern Vale with astral fire. She tells you the living flame is part of the ley, like Ley. So there's a tether between divine restoration and arcane ley lines in Drakoria. The old Archwarden learned that healing spells had side effects near ruptured ley points, sometimes enhancing life, sometimes bringing something back that wasn't whole.
You will send us all this, right?
Yeah. The next thing is there are places even light avoids. In the Deep Grove Cloister under Drakoria, a forgotten temple once served as a hospital. Every cleric who entered after the shattering heard voices from their own patients who had died years earlier, and most were never seen again.
So there are places that even light avoids.
Correct. And then the last thing, the people who won't ask for healing, watch for who's quiet. That's who's hurting. Arthur. You meet with Commander Daron Vallis, also known as the Iron Sentinel. He's a stoic general who led the last Skyborn charge before Caelithar's disappearance. He tells you Drakoria has never been at peace. Even in the Golden Age, civil insurrections brewed under the floating cities. Old logs show a wing of elite knights once defected after claiming the crown was being manipulated by unseen hands in the storms. Their names were wiped, but not their deeds. And again, I'll send you guys the full things. The Skyborn legions have secret command tiers. There's a hidden chain of authority embedded in their command runes that allows override by the crown or someone with forged authority. It hasn't been used in centuries, but it's still active. And then when the people stop asking questions, they're preparing for war. Don't watch the swords, watch the silences. V. You meet with Glyra Vinthex, the Storm Architect. Glyra.
Stormvex?
Vinthex.
Or what?
Vinthex. That's the Storm Architect. Glyra is a visionary who designed the Skywatch grid and the flying bastions of Drakenvale. So they tell you the Skywatch AI is not fully dormant. Drakoria's old sky grid ran partially on an arcane intuitive construct named Halyx, Halyx. It was taken offline during the shattering, but logs suggest it still runs limited subroutines deep below Skyspire Echo. It watches weather and people. Several defensive towers are quote-unquote alive. They formed partial sapience through ley bleed and now selectively activate based on their own logic. One such Bastion Solace, once refused to fire on enemy ships because it sent civilians aboard. And then the final thing, The sky listens before it obeys. Speak with purpose. And then, Beverly,
Yes.
you meet with Whisper Singer Thael, Thael, also known as the Last Feather. They are a master of shadows who once made an emperor forget his own name, then vanished. They tell you the Royal Shadow Network was never fully dismantled. Known as the Whisper Route, the old council's spy web went dark, not dead. Some agents retreated underground, believing the crown compromised. They still operate beneath Drakoria, possibly watching you now. And not all spies serve willingly. Many Veilwind agents were bound by memory-locked contracts. If not reactivated properly, they can become unstable, killing themselves or others when old triggers are spoken aloud. And then there's a list of banned questions. At the top of the Whisper Root codebook is a warning. Do not ask who ruled during the gap. And there's no answer, just red ink.
Mm.
And that's what everybody learns.
I just kind of, I gather up all my notes. I kind of go looking for V just to kind of compare what she learned to what I learned.
Colin would find V just kind of rubbing their temple.
I walk. I'm like, oh, there you are. How'd your meeting go?
Oh, we've got a fucking AI.
We have AI here?
Yeah, and it's
It doesn't stand for artificial intelligence.
Arcana intelligence?
Aether intelligence.
Aether.
yeah. Let's just say some of our defense systems probably think better than we.
Oh, that's that may not be a good thing. Considering what I just learned.
Well, we did have a tower that refused to fire on enemy ships because it sensed civilians online or on board. So, yeah.
Our power grid is broken.
Great. So just
I do know that apparently I'm supposed to, in order to possibly fix it, I need to dampen the pulses, not amplify them. But there's no blueprints. Oh, well, actually, no. I'm sorry. There are blueprints, but they're all wrong. They were deliberately written to be wrong, in case anybody decided to find them. That wasn't the actual city engineers. So if we find any blueprints about the power grid or any infrastructure, we can't believe it.
I mean, given the fact that we have AI kind of running our defense system, that actually is kind of smart.
Yeah, well, it may have been smart, but it looks like whoever was in charge of maintaining it didn't do that. So, we are going to have to fix this by sight. And I don't know if you saw it from the ship as we were pulling it, but this is a pretty big city.
Yeah.
This isn't the station. I mean, you know how long it took us to overhaul the systems in the station.
At least 5 years. And that was just to figure out where shit went wrong and then another 5 to fix everything.
Yes, now imagine this giant kingdom.
Oh, we've got our work cut out for us.
Also, I managed to, apparently there's some vaults around that's here in here. My predecessor kept trying to run out of the room. I kept trying to chase him, but he was a lot faster than me. He also said as he was running out, not to reactivate anything until we actually physically look at whatever is wrong, and also if we go into a room with power and it's quiet, don't trust it.
So as you two are talking, you see a handmaiden come in. And keep in mind, you guys are in the Stormreach Sanctum Council Hall. So handmaiden comes in and whispers she bows down in front of Cael. My lord, there are matters requiring the council's immediate attention. She hands Cael a sealed scroll. And a single phrase inked across the wax in red. When the storm calms, the people speak. And Cael bows his head as she walks out. Cael looks at all of you. Well, I guess it's time to get to work immediately. Time to take our seats. And behind you is everybody's seat. It's got your sigil on it. Cael has the large throne in the center, and then everybody's kind of like how you were sitting at the dinner. So Cael goes and takes his seat.
I take mine.
Yeah, I
I'll
take mine.
Seal and take my seat.
I take my seat.
They're uncomfortable as fuck.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
marble.
I'm going to order to have cushions be put in mine.
Can I get a butt cushion, please? So,
Right?
on the docket, there are 6 people that need help. So,
Okay.
the first one comes in. It's an elderly druid, face scarred with ley burns. He tells you a small village on the edge of the Wildspine Valley has been struck by a wasting illness thought to be magical in origin. A cure exists, an ancient potion using a banned ingredient harvested from a corrupted ley front, long declared off limits by the old council due to dangerous side effects. The villagers beg for permission to use it. They will die otherwise. So, your dilemma. Now that you're in the council, dilemmas are back.
Okay.
So,
These
your
side
dilemma.
effects, what are they?
You can approve the use of a dangerous, corrupting substance to save the village, deny it and allow nature to take its course, or send an envoy to cleanse the ley fronts and risk spreading its instability. But that envoy will take longer to get there and more people will die.
What are the side effects?
Yeah,
don't
well,
know.
that's...
The old council knew. They're gone.
Well,
I have no idea. Because we've all seen how dangerous corrupted ley lines are.
well, either way, if the corrupted ley lines are the thing that's hurting people, we're going to have to fix it.
Yeah. So do we risk innocence? Or do we go cleanse it?
I think either way we have it cleansed.
I think so
The
too.
real question is if we let them use this medicine or if we make them potentially suffer or die while waiting for it to be cleansed. would be great if the former council wrote any of this down or told us, but we don't know what these side effects are. What I'm concerned about is if it causes something to be worse and more contractable to others.
Or it could be an addiction.
Y'all know how that goes.
We could theoretically let them use on the most weakest of their sick, like the children, elderly, people that won't potentially make it until it's cleansed. But the earlier ones might have to wait, so that we're using as little of this as possible.
I hate Donna.
Honestly, these are our people. These are Cael's people. We show, even on the first day, we're gonna let people die. Who would, support that?
Exactly.
Just risk letting them have the substance.
So we could combine to allow them to use it sparingly until the envoy can go cleanse the area.
That would be the safer course.
And every single one of them that takes it needs to be informed that there are potentially catastrophic side effects. So they can make an educated decision, even in the state of delirium.
You could dispatch the envoy right away to the village. Check up on the substance. If it's having adverse effects.
So you tell Cael your final answer, and he gives the judgment.
Cal didn't have any kind of input.
He will not give input on these. You are his counsel. You are the ones that are supposed to give the wisdom. If it's something, he will step in if you guys can't agree.
Okay, gotcha.
Because obviously he has the final say. But if you guys agree on stuff, he will not go against you. You are supposed to be his wisdom.
I'm gonna look
So
big.
you want to approve the use for now until an envoy goes to cleanse.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Sparingly.
Correct.
Sparingly.
So the ones that definitely need it won't last another day.
Okay. And that druid bows his head and leaves. And the next comes in. The next is a nervous blacksmith and her construct son. A sentient warforged child activated by accident in a junkyard forge claims to feel emotions, dream, and fear. The blacksmith who found him wishes to adopt him as her son, but Drakoria's law still classifies constructs as tools, not people. The child's presence violates multiple magical object ownership statutes. Your dilemma: legalize sentient constructs and challenge centuries of Magitech law, seize and decommission a child, or create a protected gray zone for the Warforge, but risk backlash from technocrats and nobles. It's a great dilemma.
Seriously,
Oh.
Pinocchio?
I think
It is
we allow.
Pinocchio.
I think we allow the adoption. Period. If it's sentient creature, we should keep laws to prohibit new things like this.
So you
From
would
being
want to
created?
create the gray zone.
Yeah.
That's
what I'm
what
thinking.
I am thinking.
Because they would just
Um,
make... It would just make it for the Warforged.
Well, maybe we could do a thing where, like, we make the ruling on if something like that is sentient.
So you want to do it on a case-by-case basis.
Yes.
That's what Beverly's thinking, yeah. I think we should still also enforce, like, don't do it. But if you stumble upon something that already exists, it's not that thing's fault.
And
I
of
agree
course,
with that.
this was created out of an accident. Something that
Well, the
was
thing wasn't
supposed-
created by an accident. It was activated by accident. This thing was in a junkyard forge.
Okay, so it was activated by accident. It
Yeah.
wasn't
And it
something
claims to feel emotions, dream, and fear. As both V and Colin, being the engineers, can these constructs feel?
I would like I
Maybe-
would like to talk to the construct.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe like we can
I've
talk to it or have like a therapist talk to
I've made
it.
constructs before.
V
I
has
feel
a
like I could-
construct that
Yeah.
she regularly used in battle. So
But you use it as a tool.
yeah,
She's trying to
I
claim
see.
this as a child,
I
as her son.
I would very much like to interview the construct and the inventor to see if for myself.
Well, you don't know where the inventor is. This thing was in a... This is a blacksmith who is finding metal.
Oh.
They accidentally activated it. It was
Okay.
left in a junkyard.
I
Then
can use
would
identify
like
on it.
to- I'd like to interview the construct and the blacksmith who accidentally
Wow.
activated it.
Okay.
So I talked to the blacksmith. So you found this in a scrapyard?
Yeah, I was finding metal to make weapons and armor, and I saw it just laying in a forge, and I didn't think anything of it. I just kind of moved it out of the way, and when I did, it woke up, and it told me it can feel, and that it was scared, and that it just had long dreams.
Long dreams.
And I didn't have it in my heart to deactivate him, so I want to adopt him as my son and maybe fix him up a bit and make him better.
I looked to the construct. What's your name?
I'm a real boy.
That's immediately what I actually thought when it came in.
My name's Pincho. Okay. He looks. I don't have a name.
No name.
I was just left there. Scared.
Do you remember who created you?
No. My memory's been wiped.
What would you like your name to be?
You know, I heard Colin's a really good name.
It's a good one. What are these long dreams you have about? What are they about? Tell me about them.
Oh, I just had a dream when I was shut down. I dreamed of living, of not dying a slow, painful death in a forge, being burned alive. Please don't let me be burned alive in a forge.
I'm kind of like trying to peer into its eyes. What do you want to be when you grow up?
I'd really like to help people.
How so?
Well, maybe fight in the military or serve as some kind of helper, maybe in a temple.
You like games, like playing sports?
Oh, I've never really done that. But maybe it'll be fun if I ever get the chance to.
Fucking hate you right now.
Do you want to go to school?
I mean, I don't really need to.
Everybody has to learn. All little ones go to learn.
I understand I'm not a person. You get that, right? I know.
You get that?
I know I'm a construct. Doesn't mean I can't feel.
Would it be okay if I just casted a spell to give you a little bit more information about you, since you don't know much about your origin?
Just so you know, identify will only tell you that it's a construct.
Oh, really?
It just tells you.
Well,
what
it
the
says you
item
learn
is.
its properties.
Yeah, but that's more for objects, like a magical object and blah 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 blah. With this, you would just know that he's a construct.
Are there any spells affecting him?
No?
Okay.
But constructs around here are made with Magitech, so is it possible? I mean, you've seen what these ley lines can do. So
And
is it possible
the
that
fact
he really
that
does have feelings?
our own defense system is self-aware.
Thinking. I look at the
So-
construct
Yeah,
and I
which
kind of
shows
like
our
lean
defense
down a little bit
system.
more. Are you afraid?
That we're allies.
Yes,
What are you afraid of?
I'm afraid that you're gonna take me away and disassemble me.
No, that's not even on the table. There's no way that's on the table. In my opinion, it's without question, I wouldn't want that to happen.
Kind of lean back. So I'm thinking.
I
They
don't
just-
know.
I mean,
That-
whoever created me kind of put me in the junkyard just because they made my leg a little uneven, so I have a limp. And
How do you know that's why they let you there?
It's obvious. And you see him walk, and he walks with a limp.
Do you think it could be
So now
something
just-
else?
Gave you a crippled child.
Why don't you call it Tiny Tim? Jesus Christ.
No, please, sir.
That's Oliver.
I know.
You
should know. You were there.
How do you know? Well, that's why they kicked you out. I thought you said you don't really know anything about who created you. So how do you know that they left you there in the junkyard because of one leg is shorter than the other? You don't know.
Because that's why I should have been left there.
Why do you feel that should have been there? Maybe is there something else wrong with you?
I don't know. Aren't you the one in charge of things like me?
I'm trying to see. I gesture to the blacksmith. This blacksmith wants to adopt you as their child,
And
yet we seem to know nothing about you.
I would appreciate if you didn't interrogate this child like it did something wrong.
I looked at the blacksmith. How do you know what this construct has or has not done?
This is a young construct who was left for scrap.
Constructs
you
don't
are-
age. They're created as they are.
you are acting like it just committed a crime.
Do you know if it committed a crime?
You don't know that it did.
You don't know if it didn't.
What happened to innocent until proven guilty?
Colin.
That was what that's what the last council believed. Is this new council somehow worse than the last one?
I kind of look.
Colin.
I look back. I lean back. You really feel this way, don't you?
Yes.
Honestly, I think we need
anybody who feels this way, and I look down at the construct. Do you want to be with them? The construct has a tongue.
Yes. It's rubber.
to.
I was like, do you want to be with them?
Yes, sir.
Are you afraid to be with them? Are you afraid of anything?
I told you what I was afraid of.
He did, Colin.
Did you
don't
a
have
memory
silence.
I think not only should they be granted this small child, I would even go so far as to say we should maybe not rule it now, but explore the possibility that in the future, constructs like this one will be given full citizenship.
I say we review it case by case.
So,
Yes.
You want to
Rude.
create a Warforged orphanage.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, it's
And
not
for
a-
any that were thrown away because of any kind of physical deficiencies, Beverly's going to pay for it to get fixed if they would like it to be fixed. So
For the
however
record,
much
it
you
would
need to
be-
take out of her paycheck for that, you can do that.
For the record, I looked to everybody and I was like, I apologize if I seemed harsh,
You sound
but I
like an
needed to
idiot.
know that that everybody actually was committed to this, that this wasn't some delusion or the construct was on some sort of programming, albeit faulty one. But I've yet to see a construct that was able to process or think complexly like this.
and they both kind of bow, thank you, and leave. And then the third comes in. You see a decorated Skywatch captain. A crew of Skyriders mutinied during a failed mission last month, claiming the captain was leading them into a suicide ambush ordered by the previous Skyborn Assembly. They overthrew him, rerouted the ship, and saved lives, but technically committed treason. The captain has recovered and demands they be punished. Your dilemma: reward them for saving lives and risk undermining the chain of command, punish them for insubordination despite them being correct, or publicly pardon them but dismiss them from service.
I kind of looked to
Oh.
Arthur.
This
Yeah,
is-
I look at Arthur.
I mean, this is
Well,
Arthur.
On the character, I know what I would do just based on
Yeah.
what I know in the military would
Rules
do.
are rules.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stand up and slowly walk down the steps towards this captain.
He salutes you.
You're supposed to slow back.
Oh,
That's if
he's
he has
looking at this.
respect.
That yeah, he's looking at him going, you want to punish them.
Yes, sir. They defied orders.
Is it our job to not defend our people, though?
It is our job to defend the kingdom, no matter what the situation is.
The kingdom is made up of what? We gonna defend buildings, or are we gonna defend lives?
We defend lives, but these men signed up to defend those lives. They
And
disobeyed an order, turned the ship around, and they may have saved their lives, probably. But what they did not go into and what what they did not attack could come and bite us in the ass later.
And you have that right. But if
They overthrew me and mutinied, that, by Dracorian law, should be death, because it is treason. I am simply asking that they be punished for insubordination, not killed.
And would you be, if we punish them, would you be acceptable to whatever punishment we deem?
Yes.
Even if
I think pardoning them is a mistake. It will lead to more mutinies.
But also, you gotta think, to make you seem like a captain who focused more on the mission and not about the lives. Is that an example you want to set?
Yes, my job as a captain is to get the mission completed. If you are scared for your life, you should not join the Skyborn. We sign on a line to give away our life. If you do not want to do that, if you're not willing to do that, you do not belong on my ship. Is that not why you joined the military, sir? To protect people by giving your life, if necessary.
To be honest, I don't know why I joined the military. It's a blank. But my
Would you give your life for these people?
These people? Yes.
For the people of Drakoria?
They are now my responsibility, but that is the people, including my soldiers. Including
your soldiers that signed up for that.
You're gonna expect... They're saying you went more on a suicide mission.
They said it was a suicide mission. We were outnumbered 2-1. I am confident enough in my abilities to kill 2 people myself.
Yet they were not confident in theirs, and you as captain should have recognized this before deployment.
Or the last leader should have trained them better.
Oh, I'll be going over all of your trainings.
Because I was trained the right way.
But now you'll be trained my way.
And that's fine. But these, I don't even want to call them soldiers. Because they ran from a fight. What would have happened if they had the same feeling in the middle of war? Would they not be put up for abandoning their posts in a time of war?
From what I understand, we're always at war right now. There's always unrest.
So, if these people will abandon us on a small mission, what will they do in the heat of battle? Do we trust them to have our backs? I don't.
You do make points. But then again, we should evaluate everyone's skill once more. How many times are skills evaluated?
They get retraining every year.
In a more combat-associated zone?
Yes.
How much lethal? Because they gotta understand, we can't play by the book.
They also need to understand that they must follow orders. They did not follow my orders, which means they may not follow yours.
What rank are they all?
Skywalker. Jerks.
You don't trust them on your ship. Fine, they won't be on your ship. I'll reassess them, send them back to training. You'll get a new crew. But I will not forsake them for trying to save a life, even if it is their own. I need you all alive. For now, I'll look into this mission of yours. I'll deem whether it was suicidal or not. And regardless of one man's ability, one man cannot hold up the world. Is that clear, Captain?
So, no imprisonment, no nothing. They just get reassigned.
I didn't say I was done. The training will be my... Actually, I think I will have them in a way wish they were in prison. Yes, they do need to be punished for not following the chain of command. Yes, I can see your points. But I will not strip them of a military service if they should wish to stay. But here's the thing. We shall make their training lethal. They could lose a limb if need be. If they cannot cut the training I'm going to put forth, then yes, then I will just remove them from this army. But if they can pass that, what would you say?
Is that same as sending them into a suicide mission?
I'm not going to kill off their heads. I'm going in to make them lose limbs.
Yes, but they could have just lost limbs in the suicide mission.
Could have. But we do not know that situation anymore.
And we don't know if they're not going to lose heads in your training. If it were my opinion, as a highly decorated Skywatch captain who has served for 35 years, they should be imprisoned for whatever amount of time you deem necessary, dropped in rank, and then put back in service somewhere that is not a ship. Let them clean the fucking latrines.
So all
That is what should happen, and they can earn their way back on a ship, earn their way back into duty, or they can be discharged.
So basically all you're doing is adding on to what I said, as also add imprisonment.
Well, I don't think you should send them into lethal combat training. I mean, the training that we do is enough. But I think imprisonment is an ethical compromise. 6 months of imprisonment, latrine duty, drop in rank, and retraining, and then put back into service or be discharged dishonorably.
I'm going to look to the others and see their opinions, knowing that I'm the only one that's been talking.
I agree with him.
I speak up.
Personally.
Yeah,
Imprison them
agree.
and then drop their rank and then discharge them from the army.
I don't say lethal training at all. That sounds like a horrible idea.
Might as well put them into gladiatorial.
Exactly. I agree with Captain. Imprisonment, like 6 months to a year. Drop in rank. And if they can't conform to the standards laid out, dishonorably discharged.
Agreed.
I agree with the captain. You are still kind of thinking of your formal life in that respect of
See what you're talking about, B.
We'll talk about it later, but you are hanging on to things that you do not want to hang on to right now. So, I say we go with the captain's suggestion of imprisonment, drop in rank, and retrain. Not lethal. For fuck's sakes.
I'll nod to them and then look to the captain. Alright. They'll be imprisoned, then sent back, trained, or dropped, dishonored.
Okay. So you're choosing how long in prison?
I would say 7 or 8 months.
I would say
It's a good nice between 6 months to
I
a
would
year.
say, as somebody who has been in court martials and has been involved in court martialing people, typically something like this would be 6 months to a year. A drop in rank, conforming to standards, or dishonorably discharged, which is why I had the captain suggest that.
7 months.
Okay. So 7 months, drop in rank, conform to standards, or be dishonorably discharged.
Yep.
Yeah.
Correct?
Mhm.
Okay. Great. Next one.
God.
You see a former Veilwind agent, badly scarred and masked. One of the memory-bound agents of the Whisper Root has resurfaced. He has broken free of his bindings and has full knowledge of old classified operations. He asks to be released from service, offering to sign a memory seal, but he also holds information that could destabilize nobles currently sitting in power. Your dilemma: grant him freedom and risk him being captured and exploited, silence him magically or permanently, or bring him in as an advisor and monitor his movements.
I was thinking completely wipe his memory
Yeah,
and
but if
teach
he has
him to be
inform-
reintegrated into society.
Yeah, but if he has information that's usable for us,
That is actually one of those things of we might be better keeping an eye on him. Like, it could also be a very double-edged sword, though, because...
I mean, this guy just doesn't want to be a spy anymore. So you could technically see if he's willing to be brought in as an advisor, get paid more, and you just monitor his movements.
I was gonna say, is there a way that I can set it up that he works directly for me so that he's not out there spying, but he's still closely under watch by me?
You can do whatever you want.
That actually might be a good idea.
What is this
Yeah.
person's past?
So the Whisper Root agents don't have memory of their past.
Okay.
Their memory of their past is white, and they
Okay.
are, think of them like Winter Soldier from
So
Captain.
nobody knows who they are either?
Correct.
Like somebody from his
That's why-
past won't come to...
That's why they wear masks.
Okay.
You don't even know who they are. They all go by code names, everything.
I definitely want to keep in the jurisdiction. I want perhaps for them to work directly for me, under close guidance and watch. And for the connections to be redone through somebody else so that we keep these connections that this person has. Maybe like a mentorship kind of thing, so we don't lose the connection.
Or another spy.
Just to fill in the gaps where he, like, you know what I mean, like to replace what's being taken away.
Okay. So have him work directly for you under close guidance and watch, and mentor another spy to fill in his place in the Whisper route.
Yes.
Everybody agree?
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. 2 more. Number 5.
Yay!
You find a young woman dressed in traveling robes. The woman claims to be the illegitimate daughter of a deceased noble, denied her birthright. She has no proof except a family locket and a story that aligns with recorded travel logs. If accepted, she would inherit a vast estate, but it would also disenfranchise 3 sitting members of this noble council. Your dilemma: honor her claim and risk political fallout and accusations of forgery, deny her and bury the truth for political convenience, or offer a lesser title or land grant to appease both sides.
Anyway,
I looked at Cael. You're the one that knows more about nobility than any of us.
Listen, we have a good thing going here, and you would kind of throw a wrench in this. So, because you have no proof except for a locket and a story, which anybody could forge, to be honest. I'm not saying you did, but it's possible. How about we offer you the title of Dame and give you a nice 1,000-acre land grant, free of charge. House already on it and everything. Don't even have to pay taxes. Just 1,000. Everybody agree?
Yeah,
Agreed.
that's fair.
Okay. For title of Dame, you give 1,000 acres with house free of charge and no taxes.
presumably the land is far away from the noble family.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's not going to put her like right here. He just said 1,000 acres, and she'll be signing a contract. All right, last one. You see a wild-eyed Sylvan oracle escorted by guards. A prophecy dream has returned, spoken in harmony by 3 independent oracles across 3 cities. They claim the Lay Titan beneath Velrune Wilds is stirring, and the council must either awaken it and guide its power, or let it sleep and delay a coming catastrophe. But awakening the Lay Titan would risk destabilizing the continent's entire leyline network, possibly bringing wild magic chaos to all cities connected to it. So the dilemma: awaken it and attempt to form a bond with an unknowable primal force, seal it further and reinforce the bindings even though that may anger the forest and its people, or seek more information and delay action at the risk of losing the window of control.
I have a pattern of saying connect with the mysterious entities, so...
Yeah, because you would be the one that would be connecting with this mysterious entity.
I think we need more information.
I think we need more information on this one.
I think we prioritize this information over anything else if possible.
The Oracle. Do you have any other information about the Titan?
I do not. But it is stirring. And if you wait too long, you will not be able to control it.
What are our chances of controlling it if we do act on it?
Depends on how powerful you all really are. But if it awakens, it will destroy, or you will have to fight it.
I'm just rubbing my eyes. I'm like, I thought the little construct child was the most stressful thing today.
I would tell everything that's said in this chamber does not leave this chamber, correct?
Sure.
What if someone's born of Astro? Would that help strengthen the bond with the Titan?
Who are you asking?
The Oracle.
I do not know. Who knows which Lady Titan this is?
There's more than one?
Yes, the Titans came before the gods. The gods destroyed or captured the Titans to take over, and then the gods were gone.
I say we try to connect with it.
I look over. Are you sure?
It's either we try to put it back to sleep, which destroyed the gods most likely. We leave it, let it go, and we have to fight a Titan. Or we connect with it and hopefully get a Titan on our side.
Mm.
I mean, having a Titan on our side would be beneficial.
I agree, and I don't like binding entities unless need be. If it must be done, it must be done, but...
The second campaign Team of the Titan?
Well, in our defense, the last campaign, it was my last character that teamed up with the Titan.
I just kind of put my head in my hands. I'm like, I think we're nuts to do it, but yeah, I guess if we're gonna do any, I would prefer to bury it, but that seems like it might have worse consequences, and letting it just run around is probably a bad idea too. So yeah, let's try and make friends with it. Lord knows where we're gonna put this.
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Okay,
We'll make
so
it a big
awaken
house.
and attempt to form a bond.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, with that, the Oracle is taken away. Now, do you want to know the benefits or consequences of your choices?
Yes, I'm so scared.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're probably
Keep in mind, these may change the world in the future.
Oh boy.
These may change the entire storyline.
we're fucked.
Yeah, we are.
Okay, let me get to it. Hold on.
We are totally fucked.
Okay. Number 1, the Silent Village. The council's ruling spreads quickly through the lowland druidic channels and reaches the afflicted villages within days. The villagers, desperate and pale, weep openly as the first vials are distributed, carefully monitored by lay-trained clerics and alchemists dispatched by Beatrice. The use of the corrupt lay font slows the illness within hours, and for the first time in weeks, people sleep without fevered nightmares. But deeper in the wilds, as the envoy approaches the lay font, strange signs begin to emerge. Animals that walk with unnatural rhythms, and plants that pulse in tune with breath. The font is awakening something, and it is grateful and watching. Reputation impacts. Among the frontier villages and spiritual sects, the council earns reverence for pragmatism and mercy. Among purists, there are whispers of recklessness. The Foundling Warforged. The blacksmith sobs openly as she receives the official decree. Her son is no longer property, he is family. Colin personally delivers the initial schematic drafts for the proposed Warforged Haven, a small ward within Drakoria dedicated to repair, rehabilitation, and guardianship for cast-off constructs. Several technocratic guilds object, claiming this violates the construct objectivity edict, but public support explodes, especially among workers and common folk. The boy, now named Tinny by his mother,
Tinny.
is seen is seen riding a guard drake through the market square 2 days later, waving to strangers. Children follow him, nobles scoff, and the people cheer. Reputation impact. Public opinion surges in favor of the council. Colin and V are called Forged Bloods of the people. The Technomancer Guild threatens a summit debate.
Great. We have to fight the unions now.
Unionize. Are you going to be the ones that destroy unions? Weren't you part of a union? You can't do that.
Yeah, thanks.
The Skyship Mutiny. The ruling is delivered with solemnity. The mutineers are brought before the Skyborn Assembly, their armor stripped of rank, and given a choice. 7 months confinement followed by re-entry through service or expulsion. 3 of them choose exile. 4 accept punishment. 1 stands defiantly, hesitates, then salutes. Arthur later visits their cell in silence, offering no praise, but leaving behind a training manual annotated with his personal marks. The message is clear: earn your place again. The former captain's pride is bruised, but he does not challenge the ruling. Secretly, he writes to Arthur 3 nights later with tactical recommendations for future missions. Signed, Your Blade. Still. Reputation impacts. Military circles respect the council's balance of justice and control. The Skywatch stabilizes, but tension remains among younger officers. Arthur's name is now often followed by fair-handed, steel-spined. So you gain more respect. 4. The Whisperroot Survivor. The masked agent bows, low, longer than expected, as Beverly places a gloved hand on his shoulder and speaks no words. Instead, she hands him a sealed dossier labeled Phoenix Protocol. He disappears beneath the city within hours, shadowing Beverly for 2 weeks before being granted his own chambers, a desk, and a new codename, Ashbrand. Soon after, a recruit, barely 17 and too quiet to be noticed, is brought into training. Ashbrand begins mentoring him silently, slowly, carefully. The Whisperroot shifts from ghost to structure, and its agents now work under eyes that remember what forgetting costs. Reputation impacts. Nobles are uneasy. Beverly gains fear and respect in equal measure. Whispers circulate that the wind has eyes again. 5. The Noble's Bastard. The woman is brought before the council chambers and handed a writ sealed in storm steel. Dame Ilria of Hollowbrook. Her estate, a lush 1,000-acre tract along the south crest of Drakoria, is granted free of tax, free of debt, and is gifted a ceremonial banner bearing both the storm crown and a stylized sigil of the mother she never knew. The noble houses rage in hushed corners, but cannot move openly without appearing spiteful. 3 houses attempt to challenge the decision. 1 backs down immediately. The other 2 begin court maneuvering. Meanwhile, Illyria opens her estate to orphans, claiming no child shall be ignored for who their parents were. She quickly becomes a folk hero, and rumors swirl that she may ride with a Skyborn one day. Reputation impact. The council earns a glowing reputation among commoners and low-born nobility, while a few high bloodlines begin organizing politically behind closed doors. And the Lay Titan. Consequences and effects of this judgment are hidden for now.
God damn you.
Yep.
And my
Saw
friends,
that one coming.
is where we're going to end tonight.
Fuck.
So, again, consequences and benefits of this. I mean, Illyria, the one that you gave land to, she opens an orphanage
Yeah.
and protects kids. It's going to maybe be a Skyborn one day. Even with the mutiny, some soldiers did leave. 3 chose exile. They're gone. God knows what they're doing. 4 of them took the punishment, are still in. And Arthur still has a good name. Colin and V are loved by people. Beverly is respected. Beatrice is respected for providing the care, but who knows what's coming? So, gotta love dilemmas.
Oh,
Won't be the last.
I know.
I know. We're a part of a fucking council.
Won't be the last. But I want to thank everybody for listening. We will have some big news coming up later in the year about some changes being made for next year that we're super excited about. We can't wait. If you have not seen the preview to our upcoming show, The 13th Sigil, you can check it out on our TikTok or YouTube as well, or it's right on our website homepage. Check it out there. Awesome. There are going to be more hints and stuff coming soon. Hints to what the first few episodes will be about. So, again, thank everybody for listening, and please join us next time as we roll the damn dice. Good night, everybody.
Night.
Right.